He's bowling nice and straight, and this is clipped by Jake Libby, who has connected with it beautifully for 4.
And he takes it on. He doesn't seem to mind at all. Oh, well, he'll mind that one because he's left that alone, and it's hit middle stump. So that's a real excellent breakthrough for Jamie Porter.
That would be my nickname for you. There's an LBW shout, and I was interested. Sam Cook was interested, and so was the umpire, the tall David Milnes. He was interested. Porter, Cook, Josh Hull.
Porter to Jones, and Jones has gone, caught behind, turning into a disastrous start for Worcestershire. Full length
final day of this county championship game between Essex and Worcestershire. It's another lovely day, as we had for the first 2 days. Yesterday was a little bit indifferent. It was overcast all day, and then we lost exactly 20 overs at the end of the day when bad light and then drizzle curtailed events. So today it's an intriguing position. Worcestershire 165 ahead with 2 wickets standing. Now, in the normal way of things, you'd think, well, soon get rid of those 2 wickets and then set about getting 170 to win. It won't be that easy because the tail wagged a lot in the first innings, and there's no reason to think it won't wag again in the second innings. So I think any of 4, literally 4 results is possible. A tie would be fun. So anyway, we'll just see how it goes. My name is Dick Davis. I'm joined by Frank Watson, and later on we'll have the great pleasure of being joined by Santoki Nagulendran of Caribbean Radio. And so as soon as I've done my 11 o'clock update, I'll make way for him. So good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Dick, and lovely to be here again at Chelmsford. I agree. I perhaps don't quite, with my Worcestershire hat on, share your optimism, shall I say, from Worcestershire point of view. We still think, I think everybody in the Worcestershire camp, supporters, players, coaches, etc., think that they're still playing catch up after that disastrous first morning and finishing probably 100 short in the first innings. But what they have done is they've really kept battling and they've kept their hopes alive. And as you say, anything is possible. Still don't think, what are they, 165 ahead this morning?
Yes.
I still think they've got to get that, not just past 200, but somewhere past 200 to give themselves a chance of winning, but you never know. A couple of early wickets, and, well, we've seen all sorts of things happen before in our time watching county cricket, so you never know. But Essex strong favourites, and Worcestershire will be very, very keen that this 9th wicket partnership, which has already added 30 between Tom Taylor and Logan Van Beek, can continue to prosper this morning.
So the umpires are out there. All the players are just approaching the middle, which is pitched quite a little bit over to our left as we look at it from the Sir Alistair Cook end. So the boundary towards the pavilion is appreciably larger than that towards the executive apartments on the east side of the ground.
I have not seen one person on the balcony of those apartments during this game,
No.
although one of the doors is open this morning, so perhaps you assume, don't you, that those apartments have been acquired by cricket fans overlooking the ground. You'd be a strange place to buy one, because I guess they've got a bit of a premium, Dick, on the price of those places.
I
the
think
view
so.
over the ground.
Yes.
I bet the balconies are always populated on T20 nights.
There are a few offices there as well, and there's also a statue of Sir Graham, no, not Sir, I don't know why not, but of Graham Gooch. I'm not quite sure. Never known how the honour system works, or on some occasions.
It's clearly been overlooked, hasn't it?
Yes. And
Sir Graham of Chelmsford.
a bit like Geoffrey Boycott, but he's still often referred to as Sir, although he isn't he?
I think he is.
Oh, is he now?
I think he is,
I
yeah.
beg his pardon. So, first over of the day with the brand new ball. Over there, appeal for a wicket straight away, but it doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire, but it was very, very concerted. That wasn't one of those sort of kidology ones where somebody
fancied that, didn't they?
He did. So, I say brand new ball. It was due last night, and then we thought that what hastened the curtailment for bad light was the likelihood of the seamers returning, but we understood that no, the spinners were going to continue. Cook moves in, bowls, and that's just played diligently back to the bowler.
Sir Geoffrey Boycott OBE, and I'm glad you said that. He came to speak to Worcestershire Cricket Society over the winter, and it's my job to interview along with my colleague Dave Bradley, the guests and so on.
Yes.
And he arrived and was sort of sorting out his stuff and getting his water ready, and I went up and said hello, and we had a little chat, and I thought I'd better ask him if he wants to be referred to as Sir Geoffrey. I'll just break off.
I bet he did, and the next delivery just played again, diligently.
And I said to him, I said, so, would you prefer me to call you Sir Geoffrey, or just Geoffrey, or Mr. Boycott? And he said, you can call me what you like. I've been called all sorts.
Yes, that's true.
For District Council says a cross-party review.
That's very true.
That meant local bins won't
Some of them complimentary.
is well underway.
As Cook moves in, bowls, and again the batsman sort of shuffled into the stroke and just plays it defensively and competently. I'll be doing an update very shortly. Probably during this over, then I'll complete the over
Essex police are investigating after
and make way for Santoki.
on the A133 at Wheeling near Clacton.
So
It's alleged to have happened last
understandably
afternoon.
not a very big crowd yet, but it might build up as the day goes on, especially in the members' enclosure who've already paid their dues.
Southend City Council has
Cook
thrown out
moves
a
in and
local
bowls.
developer's bid to
And again, almost as a, well, not almost, but as a trigger movement, Taylor sort of moves into the shot as he plays it, and he's picked up 4 down to third, fine leg.
Yeah, leg buys, I think.
Oh, were they leg buys?
Yeah,
Beg your pardon.
just flicked the pad, but an error, a rare error in line from Sam Cook.
Yes.
said the changes were unacceptable. Essex police have published the picture of a 39-year-old man from Southend who they're wanting to speak with.
So
With a recall to prison investigation, officers say Shane
Cook continues from the far end.
picture on BBC Essex Social.
And that's down the leg side as well, but well taken by Pepper, diving away to his left, and just before
Studying for the subject.
it touched the ground, but it hadn't hit the bat. So at the end of, well,
College of Physical Education in the
somewhat, with all due respect to Sam Cook, a somewhat indifferent over.
now the university
He'd have rather,
Started well and got worse.
yes, he'd have rather challenged the bat a bit more often rather than the wicketkeeper.
First delivery was a good share, I reckon, but
Yeah.
umpire O'Shaughnessy deciding it wasn't straight enough. Jamie Porter going to take up the attack from Sir Alistair Cook end, as expected, with this new ball.
scored. It's the final day of Essex's County Championship match against Worcestershire at the county ground in Chelmsford. BBC Essex's Dick Davies is
And we're in for an interesting day, I think. Although probably the bookies would make Essex favourites, nevertheless Worcestershire are quite capable of getting another 100 or so and really setting Essex a problem in the final innings. We just had one over so far from Cook, which sadly sort of deteriorated a bit as it went on. It started off very well, and then the last two were way down the leg side. But as a result of which 4 more have been added to the overnight score, and Worcestershire are 307 for 3. For 8, I'm sorry, I can't read my own writing, for 8.
for 8. Excellent. Thank you very much. That continues with Cook and the team right now on the BBC Sport website.
A single taken by Logan Van Beek off the first ball of Jamie Porter's first over of the day, which is being delivered from the river end here, the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that takes the total on to 308 for 8, and the lead is nudged up to 170. Porter in now to Taylor, and Taylor edges down to third man, kept it down, good sprawling save down at third man. By Paul Water, is it? No, it's not Paul Water, he's at mid-on. I'll just have a look through the binoculars, see who it is down there. It's Matt Critchley. Good stop for a big man, he got down well. But they got back for 2, so 2 more to Taylor. Bright sunshine here at Chelmsford, and a really interesting game of cricket in progress. Porter bowls, Taylor defends out on the offside, and there's no room. This is a game which has ebbed and flowed in the best traditions of Red Ball County cricket. Worcestershire 10 for 4 on the first morning, 192 for 8 at one stage, got 266, probably about 100 short, and Essex recovering from 227 for 7 in their first innings, and everybody thought it would be about equal on first innings, but they went on to get 404. Porter in outside the off stump, left alone. So a first innings lead of 138 for Essex, and then Worcestershire battling through yesterday. 3 for 1 when the night watchman was out, 75 for 3 at one stage, but recovering. A succession of batsmen making decent scores, nobody going really big in this innings, but they're still fighting, trying to get this lead up towards 200 to give themselves a chance in this game. Porter is in again and bowls, and Taylor is turning this one away on the leg side. They'll pick up just one as Robert Das runs around to his right to field. So another added to the total. 311 for 8. Now Taylor goes to 17. Van Beek has 14. And Jamie Porter, 5 wickets in the first innings. Just one so far in this. Moves away from us again and bowls, and Logan Van Beek is turning this one down to Sam Cook at long leg for a single. 312 for 8 at the end of that over. So 2 overs this morning. Worcestershire have added 9 runs. Now, without any undue alarms, probably the worst moment, the very first ball of the morning, when Sam Cook had a pretty confident shout for LBW against Tom Taylor, turned down. And it's good morning for the first time during this game to Santoki. Good morning, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Frank. Pleasure to be here. Have to admit, I didn't think I'd be here on day 4 commentating when it was 10 for 4, but we're here and set for an enticing final day. As Sam Cook gets ready to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. And it's Cook running in. Ooh, just missing the edge there of Van Beek.
Yeah, that's exactly where Cook wants to be. I think just short of length, just outside off stump. He bowled beautifully at times in this game without massive reward. Just 1 wicket in the first innings, 1 for 53. So far 2 for 20 in this innings. A brilliant pair of county opening bowlers, these two, Cook and Porter.
Cook in once again to Van Beek, and Van Beek just nudges it on the offside, no run taken.
Nicely fielded by Jordan Cox in the covers. Beautiful day, quite warm. There were rumours of thunderstorms last night. Not surprisingly, in the Worcestershire camp they were interested, because a thunderstorm would probably be to their benefit, losing time on this last day, but it doesn't look like it's going to materialise.
As Cook runs in once again to Van Beek on strike and just gently put it down to mid-off and picks up a single, and that's 313 for 8. And Frank, what would you think would be an enticing total for Worcestershire to set here?
Well, everybody's saying 200 makes it a game, no doubt about that, but it wouldn't be enough really. I mean, we've seen the tail wag in both the first 2 innings of this game, and Worcestershire will be hoping that can happen again. I mean, they added 64 for the last wicket in the first innings.
Cook into Taylor this time. Ooh, and just misses the edge as well. Played by Taylor, missed the edge. And
Taylor is a very capable batsman. He made 62 not out in the first innings. Verdi made 42, which is almost a career best for him. So we can't really expect lightning to strike twice. But yeah, in answer to the question, what would be a good total? As I said at the very beginning, I think Worcestershire have felt ever since the first day that they're probably about 100 runs short in this game at the moment.
Runs into Taylor once again. Taylor just, and a shout there from Cook. Looked like it was just missing leg stump.
So, you know, another 100, but that's asking a lot, isn't it? When you're 8 down, I think, and a new ball has just been taken. But
Well, never say never,
Hope
Frank.
springs eternal.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We know Logan Van Beek can hit big shots, so
Yeah, it's not a big shot kind of situation,
Yeah.
though, is it? Really, if you know what I mean. But yeah, hope springs eternal. They'll keep going, that's for sure. They have really stayed in this game.
Yeah.
Worcestershire. That's the real plus.
Cook into Taylor once again, and edged and taken. And Cook snaffles the wicket of Taylor. And that's Worcestershire 313 for 9. So Essex with the vital early breakthrough they were looking for. And it's a lead of 175 with just 1 wicket remaining for Worcestershire.
Yeah, Tom Taylor, the most accomplished of the remaining Worcestershire batsmen, but well, Santoki, you've only been here today, but those of us that have been here for the whole game can tell you that we've seen that dismissal about 8 times in this game. A little nick at this end to a ball just outside of stump, which has just done a little bit away from the bat, and a very, very straightforward catch for Michael Pepper behind the stumps. Tom Taylor going for 17. 40 added for that 9th wicket. Good effort by Van Beek and Taylor, notwithstanding the disappointment of losing that wicket this morning. Mentioned that Van Beek can play big shots. You now feel that he's got a bit of a dilemma now as he's joined by Verdi as to whether he tries to force the score along or whether he attempts to occupy the crease, and that no doubt will be the subject of the conversation as he comes out to meet his incoming partner now. So the lead, as you say, is 175, which is not insubstantial, but it's not a bad pitch, a good pitch really. I mean, it's dry at both ends, it turns considerably at both ends and has since the start. There's going to be a little bit of nip with the Kookaburra in the first 10-20 overs for the Worcestershire seamers. So even with 175 on the board, if they got Essex in and picked up 2 or 3 early wickets, you just never know. But I think they'll, as I say, they'll probably just think they're about 100 short, and have done ever since the end of the first innings. Jamie Porter to start a new over, and he's going to be bowling to Van Beek, with Cook having taken that wicket with the last ball of the 3rd over of the day. Cook's figures now 3 for 21. Porter in, and Van Beek is pulling a short ball beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. That might give us a clue as to his mindset after that little chat with Verdi. Dropped a little bit short, wasn't it? An absolute long hop, and a very good shot, a sort of short arm pull shot through mid-wicket from Logan Van Beek. Takes him on to 20. And 2 slips in, the rest of the field fairly well spread, especially on the leg side. They're giving him one really wherever he wants it, Van Beek, as Porter is in and bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a good one. I talked earlier in the game about these two, Porter and Cook, and how they have been such a reliable pair over the recent, not so recent, but last 7 or 8 years. Between them, over 800 wickets in for Essex really, and those figures speak for themselves as to their consistency. Porter bowls, Van Beek takes the single, pushing out on the offside. He actually thinks about coming back for 2, but decides against it. And I think, as we've said several times, Santoki, during this game, both Porter and Cook might, at the end of their careers, look back and feel that they were unlucky not to have gained international recognition, played at the highest level, but it's actually been to Essex's advantage that they have been such consistent performers in county cricket. And the thing about that now, I think, these days, is that if you have a young bowler, be it spin or seam, here's Porter bowling, and Verdi, that's a very good looking straight drive from Verdi first ball, but unfortunately for him, straight back to the bowler. If you have a bowler who gets recognition these days and they get the central contract, then they don't play much for you ever again, and that's just the way the game has changed really. But these two have done great things for Essex over the years. 2 slips gully, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. As Porter is in to bowl to Verdi, and he's on the back foot pushing up to tall Paul Walter at mid-on, and there's no run. 180 now the lead. Worcestershire 318 for 9. The man out this morning, Tom Taylor, caught behind by Michael Pepper off the bowling of Sam Cook for 17. So Taylor only adding 3 to his overnight score. He'll have a job to do with the ball though when Essex bat a second time. As Porter in again bowls, and Verdi is off the mark, just turning this one slightly uppishly on the leg side, and he decides to take a single, which means he'll keep the strike at the end of that over from Jamie Porter. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 40 now Porter. Sam Cook 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 21. In the first innings it was Porter that had the better figures, 5 for 52 to Cook's 1 for 53. This time it's the other way around. End of the over, 319 for 9. Worcestershire lead by 181.
Yeah, Porter and Cook 74 wickets combined this season, and when you add Simon Harmer, who's taken 30 for himself, it's some attack for Essex. And I think you make a good point, Frank, about the central contracts. We've seen it with Gus Atkinson as an example. Hasn't played much for Surrey, rested, workload managed, but once he's been given that central contract, but what a summer he's had for England.
Oh, yeah. And really great to watch, isn't it? Because whether he's bowling or batting, he does it with vigour and he does it with speed in a funny sort of way. Well, he bowls quickly, but he also bats pretty quickly as well. It's great to watch. Perfect for Bazball, if we can use that rather overused term.
Sam Cook returns to the Graham Gooch end, and it's going to be Verdi on strike.
3 slips now.
As Cook runs in to Verdi, delivers, and just prodded.
Turned him around a bit, that one.
Takes the single, brings Logan Van Beek on strike.
Field will spread now.
Yeah.
2 slips in place, Elgar and Harmer. Harmer caught a couple yesterday. I mean, honestly, one of them off Gareth Roderick was a tough, quick, sharp chance low down, and he caught it as though he was on the beach. Absolutely brilliant slip catcher.
So Cook runs in to Van Beek on strike, and Van Beek just puts it on the offside, takes a single.
They've decided, haven't they, that they're not going to mess about and try and farm the strike, just keep taking the singles, and fair enough. I mean, Verdi played well in the first innings. He got 42, and it wasn't streaky. He had little bits of luck, as you'd expect, but he put back to ball with a purpose quite a few times. And he's not the worst number 11 in the world.
No. So Cook runs into Verdi, who's on strike, and he delivers, and just prodded forward by Verdi. No run taken, and West Indian fans will be all too familiar with Logan Van Beek. Scored 30 in an ODI Super Over last year against West Indies to eliminate us from World Cup qualification. So we know what he's capable of. The bowler in that Super Over was certain Mr. Jason Holder.
Yeah. They've both worn the 3 pairs this year, and not at the same time.
As Cook runs in once again to Verdi on strike, and Verdi again just thinks about taking a single. Van Beek could run out of his crease, but opts not to.
Yeah, he scored 42 in the first innings. He faced 73 deliveries, Verdi, and he hit 5 4s and 2 6s. So it would be absolutely unfair to say that he's a bunny, but different circumstances this time.
Cook in once again from the Graham Gooch end. Verdi on strike. And a bouncer, and Verdi has to duck. And that's the end of...
That's the 1 for the over, I think the umpire's saying. That's what it is. Steve O'Shaughnessy banged it in. You've got to bowl on this pitch, to get one that high, you've really got to bang it. It's quite a slow pitch, and Verdi saw that very early, didn't he? Ducked down underneath it.
So
Fan's gone back in case he tries to take on another short one, I notice.
Final delivery of the over. Cook into Verdi. Ooh, in the air. That caught, yep, caught and bowled. Cook gets the wicket, and that's the end of the innings. Verdi departs for 2. Worcestershire 321 all out, and a lead of 183. So Essex will need 184 runs on this final day to win the match.
Well, that's excellent performance this morning from Sam Cook. He's done an absolutely brilliant job for his team. Mulligan van Beek finishes unbeaten on 22, and Worcestershire are short of what they would have liked. Essex will need 184 to win. So let's just give you the final bowling figures of all the bowlers. The ones used this morning: Sam Cook finishing with outstanding figures of 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 23, 375 career wickets, I think we were just hearing, for Sam Cook. So add that to Jamie Porter's 500, and you've got an idea just how good these two have been over the years. Porter 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41 in this innings. Harmer, who opened the bowling, 29 overs, 5 maidens, 110 runs and 3 wickets. Snater, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Not a heavy burden in this innings. Walter, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 46. And Matt Critchley, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 69. But the start turn in that lineup: Sam Cook, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 23, including the 2 wickets that have gone down this morning. Taylor caught behind for 17, Verdi caught and bowled for 2, Logan van Beek an excellent 22 not out for Worcestershire, but the final total of 321 means that Essex need 184 to win this game. It's not an insubstantial target, nor is it the sort of target that Worcestershire would have wanted to post on a pitch which, though it has taken turns since the start and has offered a little bit of assistance to the seamers, is by no means a difficult batting surface. And although it nips a little bit with the Kookaburra, it will require considerable inroads to be made into the Essex innings very early on by Worcestershire if they're going to have a chance of winning this one. We'll have a little break, I think, Santoki, because players are off the field. The light roller is being used, and we'll be back just after 11:30 with further commentary. Disappointing.
No.
Disappointing. Team dismissal on this one. Yeah. He's a good boy. My water. My water. Or is it yours?
No, I don't think it is actually. No, it's not
I'm going to go put it.
No, that's been standing there all night.
Yeah. I'll just tell my wife I'll be home for 2.
I mean, the only disadvantage of travelling on the coach is presumably it's to and from New Road ground.
Yeah, but I live right by New Road.
Oh, right, as it happens.
I've even got Joe Leach picking me up and dropping me off from the ground. So
Oh, right.
yeah, I lived 25 miles away until this winter, but I've moved back into Worcester, so yeah, I'm very handy. I think I probably live nearer the ground than anybody.
Same side as the river?
Yeah,
Same side?
yeah, but
up the river.
up from the, I'm only literally 3 minutes walk from the river, towpath, but I'm up, so
Right.
never going to get flooded.
Yeah. So
On the road out to Malvern. So if you come out of the ground and turn left,
yes.
turn left there,
Yeah.
I'm a mile up there. So, 20-minute walk, or I can walk down the river, which is lovely. Yeah, no, it's ideal really. But as I said the other day, the irony is that we moved and we had another house which is further away that we were going to buy that fell through, and then we found this one. And I said, we were a bit unsure about the area. We love it, actually. They were happy. But I said, well, you know, it's going to walk to the pit. It's fantastic. So I tend to drive down the night before with my stuff and then leave it. Oh, cycles, it'd be brilliant. Can't wait. We moved in December. Can't wait. Also, and then we had these floods and all that. First 2 games were bloody killers. But it has been nice since then. It is nice. And I'm home literally within 10 minutes of the end of the game.
Do you ever, I remember asking Dave Bradley the same question 15, 20 years ago. When you're at the ground, do you take that wonderful view for granted, or do you still appreciate it?
Back to Chelmsford, where Essex are about to begin their second innings in this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game against Worcestershire, and they need 184 runs to win, and that is because they picked up the last 2 Worcestershire wickets this morning for the addition of just 18 runs. Those men that were dismissed: Tom Taylor for 17 and Amar Verdi for 2, leaving Logan Van Beek 22 not out, with 12 byes and 5 leg byes in that innings, 17 extras. Worcestershire 321 all out. Essex need 184 to win, and it's Joe Leach from the Graham Gooch end starting proceedings with a ball which is full and wide and driven square of the wicket by Robin Das, and very well fielded in the deep by Jake Libby, running around to his left and sliding and keeping the ball just inside the rope. They take 2 runs, so Essex are underway. Nice shot from Das. It was a half volley, but he capitalised. Leach with the new ball, pounding in from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and this one's a bit straighter, but Das has again got 2 runs from it because he's on the back foot this time and punching it out square on the offside. So 4 runs from the first 2 deliveries mean that Essex now only need another 180 to win, and I think I might be about to be told that there's no sound on the stream or something like that, but we'll check that in a minute as Leach comes in again to bowl to Das. Das is working this one off his pads out to long leg, and Logan Van Beek does the fielding. So 5 without loss, and this after Worcestershire were dismissed this morning for 321. Joe Leach to continue round the wicket, this time to the left-handed Dean Elgar, South African Test veteran. And Leach bowls to Elgar, and he is clipping this beautifully away on the leg side. Timed that to perfection, and that's gone for 4. He played an identical shot to that in the first innings to get off the mark, and that one is played expertly through mid-wicket.
Elgar and Das clearly have lunchtime plans. 9 off the first 5 deliveries.
Yeah, very tidy. I think the message I was getting was to tell me that everybody could hear what we were saying during the interval. Thank goodness we didn't say anything that we shouldn't have done. I don't think we did anyway. Elgar pushing out on the offside. I think it was mainly me eulogising about living in Worcester, wasn't it, Sam Turkey? So I probably got away with it. Yeah, very careless, and thanks for the messages warning me not to be so silly. Sigh of relief. Leach, having conceded 9, is round the wicket again now, and Elgar is driving that one nicely up to mid-off. End of the first over then. Good start by Essex. Elgar has 4, Das has 5. They are 9 without loss, which means that they need a further 175 runs for victory. And Worcestershire, as I said earlier, very much in need of early breakthroughs, and interesting to see that they have made the decision to open the bowling with the left arm spin of Amar Verdi, and he will be bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and a certain burden of expectation on his shoulders. There we go.
So it'll be Verdi from the Sir Alistair Cook end with Robin Das.
I think
On
you're
strike.
on there. Yeah.
And yeah, so Essex need 175 runs to win the match. Dean Elgar on 932 runs for the season. He'll be hoping he can breach that 1,000 run mark in this game, as Verdi gets in to deliver the first ball of his over to Das on strike, and it's Verdi. Oh, and Das just hits it on the offside for a single. Takes Essex to 10. And brings Elgar on strike.
I've just received a message from somebody who says gave directions to my house while we were talking. I'm worried that I'm going to get stalked, Santoki.
What have you done,
Crowds of people. Crowds of people outside. Oh dear.
So Verdi on strike to Elgar, who strikes it on the offside and just picked up mid-off for a single.
The truth is, you come out of the ground and you you turn right. Oh dear. No, you're right though. That was a bit silly. We had a break and we left our microphones on. That's what happened to Ron Atkinson,
Verdi
isn't it?
into Das. Ooh. Ground from Worcestershire players. So Verdi getting some slight turn here, as he will look to vindicate their decision to bowl him early in this innings. As he gets ready to deliver once again from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Das on strike. And Das just hits it down to mid-off for a single. And Elgar and Das rotating strike very well in these early stages, just accruing the singles. 12 without loss. Verdi comes in once again from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Dean Elgar on strike. And Elgar just takes a single leg side. Again, just rotate strike. So one delivery left in the over. Essex need 172 runs to win the match. And it's Robin Das on strike. Verdi coming in once again to Das, and Das this time defensively just blocks it. No run taken, and that's the end of the over. Essex 13 without loss after 2 overs in this final 4th innings.
Good over from Verdi. 4 runs coming from it, but made the batsman play, went past the bat once. It's just so important that Joe Leach finds a bit of rhythm here with this new ball in his first spell. Threatens the stumps as he bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. Elgar, who was LBW in the first innings to Taylor, in behind this one and punching it into the mid-wicket area where Kashif under his sun hat does the fielding. So 184 the initial target, 13 without loss Essex in the bright sunshine here at Chelmsford.
So anyone listening in during the break would have thought we were sponsored by Worcestershire Tourism.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you.
would. Well, actually, you know, it's interesting you say that, Santoki, because New Road is now known as Visit Worcester. Visit Worcester New Road. Visit Worcestershire New Road because of recent sponsorship deal. As Leach bowls and pushed out on the offside by Elgar. But yeah, you're right. Visit Worcester, Frank Watson. Maybe the council will give me a little sponsorship to continue plugging the city and saying what a great place it is to live. But I'll stick by that.
Yeah.
Worcester is a lovely city, and we're all very fortunate. It was an interesting question that Dick said about whether we take the vista as we look across, particularly from the press box and the pavilion at New Road. You always look across to the cathedral, and there is a danger that you just forget how lucky you are to be there. Leach in, round the wicket bowls, Elgar forward, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. It's interesting, I was talking to one or two of the Worcestershire supporters who were down here this morning, and we were saying that even though this ground doesn't have a cathedral, and it doesn't have any sort of focus in that sense, there's a sense that in terms of size, it resembles New Road, and you get a crowd of 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 as we had on Thursday here, and while that crowd could be lost in a vast stadium, it makes for a good atmosphere here. And the same is true at New Road. As Leach bowls outside the off stump, good delivery, and Elgar leaves that one alone. Better from Leach in this over, just get the sense that he's settled a little bit. and he's been a bit more threatening in this over. 2 slips in place, Hose and Jones, and plenty of applause from the fielders, plenty of encouragement for the veteran Joe Leach as he attempts to make a breakthrough here. He's in, he bowls to Elgar, and Elgar off the back foot, very characteristic shot with a straight bat hit firmly to point where Ethan Brooks is the fielder. Score remains 13 without loss, 7 to Das, 6 to Elgar. Wesley, the captain, due in next, then Matt Critchley, Paul Walter and Michael Pepper, the first innings centurion. Leach bowls again outside the off stump, left arm by Elgar, and of course we have to factor into that Jordan Cox, who isn't down on the official scorecard, but of course was released by England. So that's the end of a maiden from Joe Leach. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9, and Verdi will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah, Robin Das to take strike, and Worcestershire will really need an early breakthrough here to pose some questions on what's a relatively small chase for Essex on this final day. So Verdi comes in to Das on strike, and Das just plays it on the offside, looks to take 2, and will comfortably get 2 in the end. Well played there from Das, just picked up by Joe Leach. And that takes Essex to 15 without loss. Verdi getting ready once again. Second delivery of the over into Das. Ooh! Das just takes a swipe, goes over the head of the wicketkeeper, and he takes a single. Some turn there from Verdi. And Das fortunate. Ball didn't go high in the air. Averted the fielder, but takes a single. And that brings Dean Elgar onto strike. Worcestershire with someone in at short leg. So Verdi into Elgar, and Elgar just puts it leg side, no run on offer.
Yeah, Kashif under the helmet.
Verdi in once again to Elgar on strike, and again just prods it forward back to Verdi. Essex 16 without loss. 2 deliveries left in the over. Verdi in once again to Dean Elgar. Again just nudges it leg side, but it's picked up. No run taken.
That was a good bit of fielding, wasn't it? It just looked for all the worlds as though he was going to get 2, but Ethan Brooks is so quick.
Final delivery of the over. Verdi once again into Elgar. This time just blocked by Elgar, no run taken. So end of the over. Essex 17 without loss. 167 needed for the win.
Yeah, good over from Verdi. The first over from Leach was a little bit loose, then he's followed up with a maiden. Verdi's been quite tidy, and well, they've just got to make Essex work for every run, haven't they?
Yeah.
Worcestershire, when you haven't set a huge target. And you know, you can't, as I said lots of times this morning, 100 runs was what they thought. They were about 100 short at the end of the first innings, and if you add 100 onto this target, then it would be looking rather more significant. And it's probably a good way of reading the balance of power in this game at the moment, as Leach starts a new over the wicket to Das, who is forward and pushing this out into the covers for a single, which takes him on to 10, and the total to 17 without loss. 184 the target. Bright sunshine, not a very big crowd in. We had a couple of thousand on the first day. I would say it's probably more like about a couple of hundred, maybe 400 this morning, mostly at the end that we're at, the river end here at Chelmsford. Leach round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. He's in and bowls, and there's a big shout. He's got Elgar, LBW. That is a big wicket for Leach. Elgar looks at his bat as though he thinks he might have got a nick on it. He looks back at the umpire ruefully. But Joe Leach, when he goes round the wicket to left-handers, bowls at the stumps. It's always a danger. And Dean Elgar is making it quite clear, by the way he's walking off, that he thinks he hit that. But umpire O'Shaughnessy didn't, and he has to go. The South African is out for 6. The breakthrough Worcestershire needed. Joe Leach gets his man, and Essex are 17 for 1.
Yeah, just the wicket Worcestershire would have been looking to have taken. Big wicket of Dean Elgar there.
Dean Elgar was looking for wicket to Joe Leach for 6.
Yeah, good breakthrough for Worcestershire in the 5th over of the innings. Big wicket. We said, didn't we, Santoki, and I think we said even last night, that whatever total they could post, if they had any chance, it was depend on early wickets, and that is absolutely the case. And well, we'll have a good idea by lunch where this game's going, Santoki, I think, and if Worcestershire can get another couple before lunch, then they might feel they're in with a shout. If Essex don't lose any more before lunch, then it will be pretty clear where it's going. Tom Westley is the new man. He started very well in the first innings, then got kind of slowed down, but eventually went on to make 68. And it's a big few minutes coming up, I think.
Yeah.
The Westley, the right-handed Essex skipper, is on strike, and he will be facing Joe Leach, who's got his tail up, the veteran Worcestershire seamer, and he's in now to bowl to Westley, and Westley is off the mark, clipping this one away on the leg side for a single, fielded by Logan Van Beek down at long leg. So a big breakthrough for Worcestershire, big wicket for Joe Leach, and he will now bowl to Robin Das. Hope springs eternal for Worcestershire, and they will be vastly encouraged by the dismissal of Elgar, who's a big wicket to get at the top of the order. Wesley's another big one, I think, as Leach is over the wicket and bowls a bouncer to Das. He doesn't bowl many bouncers, Leach, but he has got it in his locker. It's not the quickest, but just letting Das know that it's part of the armoury, and he ducked underneath it, the Essex opener, and there's no run. Apologies once again to if you've kept your sound on during the interval when you heard me talking about moving house and living in Worcester and going for a walk with my grandchild and all that kind of thing. Such is life. Won't do it again until the next time. As Leach bowls and Das turns on the leg side, and Brooks comes in to do the fielding, and they pick up another single. So second run of the over, but a wicket has gone down in this over. Elgar LBW for Leach, and it's 19 for 1. Remember when Essex began this innings, the target was 184. If you're just joining us this morning, 2 men dismissed for Worcestershire this morning. Tom Taylor 17 and Amar Verdi 2, and Beak 22 not out. Sam Cook finishing with figures of 4 for 23. Leach from the Graham Gooch end bowls, and forward comes Westley, pushes out on the offside, and that's the end of a wicket taking over from Joe Leach. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12, his figures, and Essex are 19 for 1, and they need a further 165 runs to win.
Yeah, I think as you said, Frank, lunch will be a big sign. If Worcestershire can get another 2 wickets before lunch, then big questions will be asked of this Essex batting lineup. As you said though, Tom Westley, a big wicket, scored substantially in the first innings, so they'll be looking to get him out as well, and Robin Das as well, we know what he can do. scored 46 in the first innings, Wesley 68. So if Worcestershire can get one of these two out before lunch, then you never know. As Verdi comes in from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Das. Ooh, half-hearted LBW call there. I think it was just a missing leg stump.
Interesting stat that I've just been sent by John Curtis, our foremost Worcestershire statistician, who says Verdi's 37.4 overs in the first innings, the third most he's ever bowled in an innings, and it's his first red ball bowl since he was on loan to Somerset in 2022.
Oh wow. Verdi in once again to Das, who just blocks it.
So
Straight back to Verdi.
Quite a lot of work for
Yeah.
the finger spinner, and I don't think the Kookaburra ball makes the finger spinner's fingers quite as sore as the Duke because of the size of the seam, but no doubt he'll be feeling it.
Verdi into Das once again. Das just pods it leg side, but no run taken.
I think the other thing is that where I feel for spinners in a situation like this, Santoki, is the burden of expectation.
Yeah.
Especially when he's given the new ball and it's a turning pitch. And it's almost like saying, well, come on, we expect you
Exactly.
to deliver here.
Verdi into Das once again. No run taken. Yeah, I think it's always going to be tough for a spinner in these conditions, but as you said, once you're given the role of opening the bowling, there's expectation placed on you to get an early breakthrough. As Verdi in once again to Das, and again Das defensively blocks it. Essex 19 for 1. Just a few fielding changes. Verdi gets in once again to Das, and Das again just blocks it out. Just seeing off Verdi here.
Good over.
End of the over. Essex 19 for 1. 165 away from a victory.
Maiden from Verdi, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. Sun's getting quite hot out there now for the Worcestershire fielders. Probably as hot as it's been the entire game.
Yeah.
Been a pleasant game weather-wise. We did have a bit of drizzle yesterday morning, and we did have bad light stop play yesterday afternoon, evening, but other than that, it's been warm, dry, not too warm, just that perfect sort of temperature for watching cricket. As Leach is in now to Robin Das, bowls, and Das is forward, pushing it out on the onside. You can't get away from the fact that although this pitch offered help, particularly early on, Worcestershire 10 for 4 when it was nipping around on day one. It was quite green in the middle then.
Yeah.
Not anymore. It's straw coloured now. Dusty at both ends. For all that, it's lacked pace, and that's made the job of the batsman a little bit easier against the seamers and against the spinner. Das had plenty of time there. Leach bowls, and he's forward again to this and pushing up to mid-on, but Leach now has got his radar right, picked up that wicket, and since then has been threatening both batsmen. Just bowling at the stumps, possibility of a little nip either way, making the batsman play. Das 6 off 16 so far, waits again as Leach is in term, and he bowls, and well, he's a little bit discomforted by this one. It ends up going quite solidly up to mid-off, but it wasn't where he was intending it to go. It was a sort of thickish outside edge really, and he's gone for a little walk just to process that in his mind a little bit. Youngster, still very inexperienced, played really well in the first innings, but doubt he'll have faced Leach before this match. Waits again now as Leach is in and bowls to him, and he's very solidly forward and playing this back up the pitch. Good contest at the moment. Leach giving nothing away since his first over, which went for 9. New kookaburra in his hand. Worcestershire know, Essex know that what they can achieve in this first hour or so of the innings is absolutely crucial to the outcome of the game. Here's Leach once more. Bowls and dashes forward again to a good delivery. Pushed out to mid-wicket, D'Oliveira fields. It's good this at the moment, Santoki. Every ball's an event at the moment, isn't it? Both ends, batsmen being made to play and knowing that they've just got to weather the storm a little bit early on and things will get easier. Worcestershire knowing that crucial that they try and make further inroads in this early part of the innings. Leach turns again and he's in, and Das is whipping this one away on the leg side, uppishly, bounced only just short of D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. Another maiden from Joe Leach, so that's 3 on the trot that we've had now. Leach's figures: 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Verdi 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And after an over that went for 9 at the first over, this has become quite a decent effort by the Worcestershire bowlers at the start of this second innings.
Yeah, as Verdi will continue to bowl, and it'll be Robin Das on strike. As you said, youngster, 22 years old. This is only his 4th first-class game in his career. He'll be looking to guide Essex over the line. Played well for his 46 in the first innings, with Tom Wesley at the other end. As Verdi goes into Das, just hit on the offside. Will look to take 2. No, decides opts for the single in the end, picked up by Leach. That brings Tom Wesley on to strike. Verdi gets ready to deliver. Wesley, very experienced, will be offering advice to Das here, how to play the situation. Verdi runs into Wesley, just nudged on the leg side and picked up for a single. That takes Essex to 21 for 1. Verdi's bowled well consistently, managed to get a bit of turn, but they'll be looking for him to get a breakthrough. As Das delivers to Das on strike. Das just prods it, leg side, short leg, no run. Worcestershire really looking to get a second wicket sooner rather than later. It's Verdi into Das again, and again just hits the leg side this time, goes past short leg and he picks up a single. A few Worcestershire fans here as well have made the trip to Chelmsford on this final day.
Yeah, they've been here all 4 days, this little group outside commentary box. Die-hard Worcestershire supporters tend to watch most games, home and away.
Verdi into Wesley on strike. And Wesley
Kept low, that.
Yeah, no run there.
Kept a little bit low, that one. We're bound to see a little bit of that. I mean, one of the reasons that Worcestershire batted first when they won the toss was that they didn't fancy batting last on this pitch against Harmer.
Yeah.
I'd be hoping there'd be a bit more of that.
Final delivery of the over, Verdi into Tom Wesley, and Wesley sweeps at leg side and it's going to go for 4. Well played by Wesley there. Finishes the over with a boundary, takes Essex to 26 for 1 at the end of the over. 158 runs needed for the win.
Well, you weren't here yesterday, Santoki, but I don't think Dick and I have ever seen a day where the sweep was played quite as often as yesterday. It was definitely Worcestershire's method of choice against Harmer. We saw a lot of runs come from it. It also yielded a couple of wickets, but Wesley joining in the fun there with that one on this turning pitch. He goes to 6, 26 for 1, and Leach will resume his examination of Robin Das from the gooch end. Das in behind this one, pushes out on the offside. But it's great. You mentioned it's just his third first-class game, I think, Das, and he's got 100, I think, already, hasn't he? And played very well in the first innings, and here he is against a guy who's retiring at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So their paths will not cross again after this innings. But Das will know that he's up against an old campaigner who's got 480 something first-class wickets. And he needs to have his wits about him as he pushes at that one, and it just goes off the bat and rolls down past the stumps on the offside. And Rob Jones comes up from slip to do the fielding. Hose at first, Jones at second. Been a lot of catches in the slips and wicketkeeper in this game. Leach hoping to find that edge again. He's in down the hill from the gooch end. Oh, and an absolute beauty. That's just gone well. It bounced a little bit more than the other ones. Das was pushing at it. It's gone just over the shoulder of the bat and just missed the off stump. Gareth Roderick took it moving away to his left, and heads were thrown skywards. That's as close as you can get, really, without picking up a wicket from Joe Leach. And Robin Das, as he tends to do, just walks away again and has a little think about that before resuming his position and waiting for Leach again. And Leach is in and bowls, and once again this is pushed out on the onside. This is a cracking little phase of the game at the moment, this little contest between Leach and Das. Leach has bowled 2 consecutive maidens, 4 dot balls so far in this over. He's gone past the bat on one occasion. It's a really good little passage of play. Essex needing 184 to win. Lost Elgar LBW to Leach for 6. He's in again now to bowl to Das, and he's on the back foot this time, pushing out into the offside. Kashif Ali is the fielder. I'll just finish this over and then we'll welcome Dick Davis back in alongside Santoki. And fascinating cricket. It's been a cracking game of cricket, this. It really has. I don't think I've enjoyed a 4-day game as much as this for a long time. Whatever the result, it's ebbed and flowed. It's kept everybody's interest, and it's been difficult to write anybody off. Leach bowls another dot ball. That's a 3rd consecutive maiden from Joe Leach. His figures now: 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12, 34 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. Essex needing 184 to win, 26 for 1. And after a few more words from Santoki, he'll be joined by Dick Davis.
So yeah, Essex here, they'll fancy themselves as firm favourites in this chase, but you never know. Two wickets before lunch for Worcestershire could throw some question marks there and provide an enticing finale. But for now, you feel this is Essex's game to lose, as Verdi will continue to bowl from the first. Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley on strike, and just changing a bit of the field. Wesley, a seasoned campaigner for Essex. As Verdi comes in, first delivery of the over into Tom Wesley, and Wesley just nudges it leg side, picked up at short leg, no run taken, as we welcome Dick Davis back to the commentary.
Excuse me. Good morning, St. Oak. Oh, sorry, good afternoon. It's 4 minutes past 12. Yes, yes. A pleasure to meet you for the first time. Although I have seen you through the glass from the press box.
As a birdie into Wesley once again, and Wesley sweeps again. This time just goes for a single. Second time he's played that in consecutive overs. And Dick, fair to say Essex are firm favourites at this point in time.
I wouldn't use the word firm. I've been watching them too many years. I'd say they're the favourites, but I'm always very guarded about getting too excited as regards performances, because we've all watched enough cricket to know that things can go a little bit awry. But yes, obviously Essex are in the better position. Although, having said that, we don't know. Shane Snater was off the pitch most of yesterday, and he hasn't appeared today.
Okay.
And we've no idea.
So Verdi into Das. Das just hits it back to Verdi, no run taken.
We've no idea as to the extent of Snater's injury or why he's not around. But no, we haven't heard anything, even unofficially, let alone officially.
Verdi in once again to Das, and again just blocked by Das.
Admittedly, from the Essex point of view, it would be hoped that it wouldn't need to get down to Shane Snater at number 9 before the runs are scored. But on the other hand, he's a useful man to have coming in there. He got 53 in the first innings.
Verdi in once again to Das again, another block there from Das. So just one more delivery left in the over. Essex 27 for 1. So Verdi comes in once again for the final delivery of the over from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Robin Das, and Das just nudges it on the offside and picks up a single. Will retain strike for the next over. So that's the end of the over. Essex 28 for 1, 156 needed for the win.
Yes, with plenty of time to do it. Obviously, 184 their ultimate target, and they've whittled a few of those away. So they still need another 100 and. We'll never do mental arithmetic live on air. 156 more. Yes, the scoreboard saves me the trouble. It says in the bottom right-hand corner to win 156 off 79 overs. So, going to see a change of bowling from the far end. Tom Taylor coming into the attack. Tall, fair head bowler, right arm over. Bowls short of the length, played out into the covers for a single. And
Thanks, Tom. Good morning to you. Good morning to all listeners.
I don't know if you can hear any other noise, but I think it's Frank's phone that seems to be replaying his one of his reports.
His greatest hits.
He's not in the room, so he can't switch it off. And I don't like playing around with other people's mobile phones. You can do more harm than good. I'm sure it won't last too long. As Taylor moves in from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, whipped away pleasantly off by Tom Wesley, and goes down to fine leg or long leg. Yes, thanks, Santoki. He's obviously not as frightened of other people's phones as I am. Well done, thank you. And so all is relatively quiet again. Good stuff, well done. Taylor in the first innings took just one wicket for 65 runs, that of Elgar, who's already the one man back in the pavilion. That's played solidly by Das. Back to the bowler. So you play this game, Santoki, do you?
Yeah.
You don't tell me you played at a very high level.
Not a high level. I played for my local club, Spencer, in South London. Briefly in university for Queen Mary's University. Unfortunately, not played as much as I would like to post-university, but yeah, middle order batter. And yourself, Dick?
Oh, I played for many decades. I think that's just worked away backward of square for a single. Yes, I played club cricket in the southeast of the country. Reasonable level. I mean, I was never ever threatening to play at a high level, but got tremendous fun out of it. I mean, I always say I really enjoy doing this job, and I've been doing it for 20 years or so or more. But nothing quite compares with playing the game, to my mind.
Yeah, exactly.
And the camaraderie and the team spirit and everything. It's a wonderful relaxation. Of course, at the professional level, this level, they probably don't think of it as a relaxation. It's their way of earning a living. But yeah. So did you play yesterday? Sorry, come back to that in a moment. As it's just played handsomely, a handsome straight drive. One of the most attractive looking shots in the book. It was only very slightly over pitched, but Wesley came down to the wicket. And I was a little surprised, actually. What were Leach's figures? They're not on the board now, but he bowled so well. I was surprised to see him come off that soon.
Yeah. I think he only bowled 4 overs, did he?
Was it Spears that? Yes. Yes, well, yeah, not much more than half an hour, 35 minutes. As next delivery comes into Das, who plays, to Wesley, plays solidly, defensively. And that Spencer, you say, you play for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of them actually. Is that in the Surrey League?
Yeah, Surrey League, yeah, South London.
So are they having a reasonable season?
Yeah, I think so. And then obviously their alumni Gus Atkinson's done well, pretty well.
I see. Oh, yes.
I'm a few years older than him, so I didn't play alongside him.
So they've provided a few players for the county side, and have they over the years?
Not particularly that many, to be fair. I think Gus Atkinson's the first in a few years.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly made his presence felt.
Yeah. He got onto all 3 Lord's Honours Board, didn't he, over the course of just 2 tests at Lord's?
Right. Yes. Yes, his report wouldn't say could do better, would it, really? So, Verdi to continue from this end?
It's going to be Robin Das on strike. What have you made of Robin Das so far? Obviously only in 4 first-class games in his career.
Yes, well, yeah, because of that, I haven't seen that much of him, but yeah, I'm quite impressed. He's only a shortish fellow. He's only 5'8". I looked him up, but very.
Verdi into Das, and he just blocks it on the offside. No run taken.
Yes, I mean some of the greatest players. I'm not suggesting that Robin Das will go on to be one of the greatest, but he might. You don't know. But a lot of them haven't been that very big men at all.
Yeah.
You need to be agile, and yes, he seems very compact and organised.
So Verdi in again to Das, just hits it on the offside for a single, picked up by Joe Leach at deep point.
Yes, I was saying yesterday, I also get the impression, although maybe after 4 matches it would be a little bit above his station. He seems to have already become a bit of the team comedian. He always seems to be, he always got a smile on his face and always seems to be sort of cracking in the odd quip.
So Verdi in to Wesley. Wesley again hits on the offside, but there's no run on offer. And yeah, Das will have to experience Wesley on the other side to kind of help him.
Yes.
They try to navigate this chase.
Yes, very. I'll come back to that after this.
Verdi into Wesley, and this time just blocked on the leg side, picked up a short leg.
Very much a leg side field. In fact,
Yeah.
there's only 2 on the off, I think.
Yep.
Yes, so it's a 7-2 field, so it's pretty obvious at what Verdi's line of attack is.
Verdi in once again to Wesley, and again prods it on the leg side, and a single will be taken. Takes Essex to 37 for 1.
And Wesley is predominantly a leg side player, but there again, a player's strength can be his weakness as well. But yeah, you need a captain's innings now.
Yeah.
Not that Essex are sort of going under, but
Verdi into Das, and then Das hits it straight back down to Verdi. And is that the end of the over? Yep, end of the over. 37 for 1. 12 overs gone in the game, and Essex continue to accrued singles and march closer to their victory target.
Yes, of course they have, well, it's a statement of the obvious, but I mean, they have the luxury of not needing to be in a hurry at all. They need another, just looking at the board and trying to do some more mental arithmetic. They
147.
147 more off 77 overs, so it's fractionally under 2 and over, so
Yeah.
that shouldn't be that won't be the problem. The problem will be the Worcestershire attack as Taylor moves in. Bowls to Wesley, who gets a couple of runs, maybe more. It might even, sometimes it runs away down the hill towards the Tom Pearce stand, and it indeed it did precisely that. And of course, as with most of the country, the outfield is baked hard, and it doesn't need much of a slope down towards the river behind us for it to gain pace. And yes, if it pierces what would normally be the 35-yard ring, more often than not it'll run away for 4. So that takes Essex on to 32 for 1. No, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the Worcestershire. Sorry, 41 for 1. And that's outside the off stump, goes straight to the keeper. 41 for 1. Yes, I've got the screen in front of me, but it's not very easy to see because the sunshine reflects on it. Yeah, 41 for 1.
Yeah.
Dash 17 and Wesley 17. And, there it says at the bottom. See, I keep trying to do this mental arithmetic, and it saves it all for me. Required rate 1.87. Well, I said it was just under 2. That's not bad. Taylor moves in, right arm over. Bowls to Wesley, whips it away off his toes for 1 for certain, and maybe, no, they thought about it, but it was probably unwise. There's no need to take risks when they don't need to. But yeah, that was, all batsmen have their trademark shot, or the shot they love playing. But there again, ball on all-round leg stump. You know, that's sort of meat and drink to any professional batsman, isn't it, really? Thank you very much. In fact, he'll probably feel that he missed out on finding the boundary. So Das, not sure if he's examining his bat there. No. Stands with the bat up, and then brings it down. As I say, he looks well organised.
Yeah.
Graham Gooch used to, at one stage in his career, Graham Gooch had this stance a bit, only a bit, of course, sort of in the manner of a baseball player standing with his bat not on the ground. But yes, he discarded that mode of stance after a while and went back to the more conventional. Didn't do him any harm. Got a few runs in his time, did Graham Gooch. He was almost bound to be on the ground today. He rarely misses a home day. Just worked away on the onside, but only straight to the fielder. We'll welcome your emails, as we have done for the last 3 days, if you wish to communicate with us on BBC. Here we go again, I have to look it up. BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket, one string of however many letters that is, @gmail.com. And Taylor in again to Das. Oh, and 4 more down to third man, but had there been a third slip, then he'd have probably been on his way, because it wasn't under control. You've probably heard in the Outbreaks microphone it was very edgy, but yeah, once it was obvious that it was nowhere near the non-existent slip, it was bound to go for 4 down the hill, and it had a lot of pace on it anyway from Taylor. So a productive over there, and Essex have moved on to 46 for 1. And
will Worcestershire make a bowling change, or it looks like they'll continue with Verdi? It's always going to be tough for spin. I don't feel the pitch has deteriorated that much.
No, Frank was of the same opinion, yes.
I mean, if you're Simon Harmer, you're still going to be able to extract something, but for a Verdi who hasn't played much red ball cricket this season, it's always going to be tough opening the bowling and being expected to make these breakthroughs.
Yes, quite. Yes, because
It's Verdi into Wesley. Wesley just nudges it leg side, takes a single.
Yeah, because with that pressure of the batting side not needing too many runs, then that adds the pressure on that, you know, you can't afford to give away runs. Sometimes spin bowlers buy their wickets and they can afford to give away the 4s and 6s now and again, but he can't really afford to do that. So he's between two rock and a hard place at the moment.
Exactly. So Verdi in again to Wesley, just nudges it on the offside. Sorry, that was Das, nudges it on the offside, picks up a single and brings Wesley back onto strike.
So Verdi, I think he's on loan from Surrey, isn't he?
Yes. From Surrey. Surrey obviously with a lot of depth in their roster.
Yes.
As Verdi in once again to Wesley and nudges it leg side and picks up another single. I don't know if you read the reports, Dick, earlier this week that Surrey are looking to get Shakib Al Hassan from Bangladesh in for one game against Somerset.
No, I didn't see that. What, this season?
Yeah, this season.
Why would they want to do that? They're going to win the championship anyway. Do they really think Somerset are that big a threat? Well, but then, yeah, when you have almost limitless financial resources, then you can do that, can't you? But
Verdi in once again to Das. Das just nudges it on the offside and will pick up a single.
well, it'd be interesting to see whether they actually go through with that.
Yeah.
I suppose it depends how the after this round of matches there are 3 more, aren't there?
Yeah, 3 more.
When do they? Which of those 3 is their match against Somerset? Then do you know?
I think it's on the week of the 16th of September.
So it's not the first one.
No.
No.
Verdi into Wesley, who sweeps it again. Will pick up a single leg side.
So it may well depend on how well or badly Somerset and Surrey play in their respective matches and the one before they meet.
Yeah.
And if that broadens the gap between the two, then they might think, well, why get anybody else in? We're virtually done and dusted, which I think they are anyway, and I don't begrudge them that.
Verdi in to Das and he hits it on the offside and he'll look to take 2 surely from this one. Just picks up by Leach at extra cover and picks up 2. Yeah, I guess with someone like Shakib Al Hassan, it's more of a statement sign than the publicity it will bring and the viewing figures for that one game. So it was being reported by major publications, so it did look like it was about to happen, but it's not been confirmed obviously.
No.
But it sort of just highlights the capabilities of Surrey and the resources they can call upon if needs be.
I agree, but would it necessarily be reported on in a favourable light? You know, some people might say this isn't quite what county cricket was designed for, you know, to bring in one superstar player for one game. No, it's rather... It could be argued, but I'll say, being tactful, it could be argued it's against the spirit of county cricket.
So that was the end of the over, so Essex 53 for 1. Still need 131 runs.
As Taylor continues from the far end, bowls, and Wesley goes on the back foot and just plays it out to mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket, so no possibility of a single. As Taylor, it's a very warm day today. I don't know what the temperature is, but at the moment we're still just about in the shade, but after lunch, once the sun goes round a little bit more, it will be
it's very perilous at the moment. I can feel
very
the sun.
warm in here. We've got all the windows open, the doors open.
Got him.
He's got an edge. Oh dear. And Wesley is out for 20 runs, the same as the number on his back, and he just sort of hung his bat out a little bit and went through to the keeper, and understandably Worcestershire cock a hoop at getting that scalp. Very seasoned campaigner is Wesley, just looking at the replay. And well, no, it's a bit unfair to say he hung his bat out. He didn't. It was just a very good delivery.
Wesley was caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 21.
Yeah, very good delivery, caught by keeper Roderick. And Essex at 53 for 2.
If Worcestershire can get 1 more wicket before lunch, then it adds a lot of intrigue to this chase. Big questions will be asked of the Essex top order.
Yes. So out for 21. Caught by Roderick after bowling of Taylor. Which should see Jordan Cox come to the crease. Now he really only knows one way of playing.
Yep.
And
Yep, Jordan Cox coming up.
he only made 3 in the first innings, and he'll want to make amends for that. Hasn't played too many games for Essex this season, not in the Championship, because he was taken ill in the match at the Oval against Surrey, and was then out of the game for a while, and then of course there was the period when there wasn't any county championship cricket. So yeah, now this is a really big scalp that visitors will be anxious to get rid of. Jordan Cox, who's being, well, of course he was very nearly in this test match.
Yeah.
Very nearly. He was part of the squad, and he was only released on the morning, and because it's only in Lords, he easily had time to get down here by lunchtime, I think it was. So he faces up to Taylor and just plays that solidly, pushes it back to the batsman. It goes down the crease and does a little bit of gardening, but not too much. Resumes his stance and readies himself for the 4th delivery of this over from Taylor. And again, that's played solidly this time, instead of back to the bowler, out into the covers to number 27, who is could be a 12th man.
Kashif Ali.
I beg your pardon, you're right, Rashif Ali, yes. Wearing a sun hat, which is unsurprising this weather. We may be now into September and meteorological autumn, I think it is.
Yeah.
But it's a very warm day. That's just played off the back foot and nudged down backward of square for a single. So Jordan Cox is underway, and Robin Das also taps the surface of the wicket. The two batsmen meet and have the briefest of words.
I think, as you said, Dick, the advantage Essex have is they're not really under any time pressure to score these ones, so they can kind of see off the ball, take their time.
Yeah, exactly.
All the onus is on Worcestershire to try and make this breakthrough.
Try and force it,
Yeah.
yes. So Taylor again to Das. When he gets inside the line, just pushes it out on the leg side, no addition to the score. End of the over, a very successful one from Worcestershire's point of view. And Essex have moved on to 54 for 2, nearly another 130 to win with, well, 8 wickets in hand, we think. It depends on whether or not Snater is able to bat, and plenty of time to do it. A rate of about 1 3/4 per over.
Yep, looks like Verdi's going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end with some spin. They've obviously got Logan Van Beek they can call on as well with the ball.
Yes. I don't know what other options they've got.
Ethan Brooks as well.
Nazim?
Yeah. So it's going to be Jordan Cox on strike. Verdi comes in. Cox just nudges it leg side, runs a quick single.
It's all about, just from Essex point of view, just about chipping away.
Yeah.
And yeah, 129 needed. And there's so much of this is sort of psychological. I mean, everybody, well, not literally everybody, hang on.
Verdi into Robin Das and just blocked there by Das.
You know, this magical figure of 200 was the sort of figure being touted around that needed. But similarly, you know, once Essex's target it gets below 100, it suddenly seems, when it's only 2 digits, it seems a lot less.
Exactly. So birdie into Das on strike. Das just puts it leg side and no run taken.
That's why they sell things at £5.99 rather than £6.
Yeah.
Because you only see the first digit, you think, oh, I'm only paying about a £5 for it. Well,
Yeah, no, it's true. Birdie into Das once again on strike, and again just nudged on the leg side and no run on offer. No, that's the thing. Das can he has the luxury of being able to just see off Birdie.
Yes, he does.
As Birdie in once again to Das, and again just puts it leg side. Is he? Nope, no single on offer. Jordan Cox thought about it.
Yes, Jordan Cox, it's his natural game, as I say, well, it's well known. He likes to hit the ball, doesn't like to be tied down, so he won't hang about once he
Birdie into Das, and that just glances it on the offside and takes a single. And that's the end of the over. So 16 overs gone. Essex 55 for 2. And I'm going to hand over to Frank Watson for the remainder of this lunch session.
Thanks, Santoki, very much indeed. Really appreciate it. And yeah, Frank will move in. He'll be very pleased that the side he supports dismissed the Essex captain, but maybe not quite as delighted as 11 Worcestershire men out there. It's a good scalp to get though, because Wesley's an experienced campaigner, and Taylor moves in, bowls to Das, beg your pardon, bowls to Jordan Cox, who gets solidly forward. No, it is Das, of course. They took a single off the last delivery, and there's still a half a dozen, no, a little bit more than that, Worcestershire supporters in front of us. I hope that, well, I was going to say I hope they, well, I genuinely hope they've enjoyed their few days here. They'll obviously enjoy it more if Worcestershire wins, but yeah, it's vastly underrated, the joys of Chelmsford and the environment. Plenty of, that's just played defensively. I don't know, well, I was going to say I don't know what they did in the evenings. No reason why I should know what they did in the evenings, but it's none of my business. But there are plenty of good places to eat and drink, not just in Chelmsford itself, but also the outlying villages, especially to the north, where you're getting it very much more rural out towards Suffolk. There's some delightful little places. But,
well, I'm glad you said that, because otherwise listeners might think that we've only been promoting Worcester today with my eulogy in between the innings.
Oh no, I'll always defend Essex, because and I frequently need. I'm sure you don't often have to defend the delightful county of Worcestershire, but almost hardly a day passes without me having to defend Essex.
No, I'm just teasing myself, really, having left my mic on during the break and waxed lyrical about Worcester and environs.
Oh, your phone blared out while you were out.
That was it. Somebody was saying, you've left your mic on, we don't want to know where you live. Gonna get stalked.
Yes, we know where you live. You certainly don't want, that's just played solidly defensively, you certainly don't want certain elements in Essex to come up and say, we know where you live.
See, there you go, you're running Essex down.
No, I'm not. It's full of characters.
You're just some are better than others.
Full of characters, isn't it?
This game, seriously, game with that wicket, I mean, Wesley, it's a big wicket, I think, just
Yes,
because
it
of the
is.
type of player that he is, isn't it?
Yes.
But Das, for the second innings running, has applied himself really well here.
Yes. I was saying to Santoki that understandably I haven't seen much of Robin Das, but he does look an organised, compact player.
Very, very much so.
But yes, you with your coach's experience would probably be able to assess a player better than I.
Well, I haven't seen a lot of him. But
But I mean just generally.
He just for a guy who's only played 3 games, he's got a remarkable sort of demeanour about him.
He has,
Priest, hasn't
yes. I mean, that's another interesting aspect we'll come back to. Oh, that's a super shot. In fact, when I was playing club cricket, if I'd played a shot like that and didn't get 4, I'd feel highly aggrieved. He just picks a single for it. But yes, I mean, I've seen, no doubt you've seen, people from all counties come into the game, obviously with a background of a great deal of talent, but some of them, as soon as they get out there, they look as if they belong, and others look just uncomfortable, don't they? And it's not just based on their ability. Some of them revel in it, and some of them, no, they're not. They're out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, absolutely. But he looks every inch a professional cricketer, doesn't he?
Certainly does,
and
yes.
he fielded really well too,
Yes.
I thought. Good over from Tom Taylor. Ends, and Verdi will continue from the Alistair Cook end, the end that we're commentating from. Taylor 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Verdi starts a new over, and Das is running this one down to third man off the face of the bat. Ball just running on with the arm from Verdi, and not an edge really, more a steer. Picks up 2 runs.
We were saying, Santoshi and I, we were a little bit surprised that that Joe Leach
Came
had
off.
such a short spell. Yes,
Yeah, he did bowl beautifully, didn't he, after he got his first wicket.
I mean Essex
5
must have-
overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12, and 9 of those came off the first over. So
Yes.
yeah, really tidy after that. But I think the idea will be to keep Verdi going at one end and rotate the seamers at the other. Leach might have another little burst before
Oh yes.
lunch. Verdi is in, gives this one a bit more air, and this time it's not timed on the offside by Verdi, by Das. Notice Van Beek down below us warming up quite vigorously at the moment, suggesting he might give Taylor a little spell. Verdi is in again and bowls, and this one is driven, but straight to Taylor, who's fielding at extra cover. In fact, it's Ethan Brooks, I think, who does the fielding.
But we're also saying that Verdi's he's got the added pressure opening the bowling with, the pressure of the side only chasing
Yeah.
fewer than 200.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of pressure on him.
Yes.
And he's in again and bowls, and that's nicely bowled. And actually, that's a full stroke from
It is.
Das, looking to drive it, and gets a thick inside edge. And it's Taylor this time who's at backward square leg doing the fielding, but nicely bowled by Verdi. I'll tell you how warm it is here, Tom, in the commentary box. I was talking about it getting hot here. My iPad, other tablets are available, and Verdi bowls, and then Das turns it to Taylor again, and there's no run. It's just told me it needs to cool down before it will
Really?
operate anymore. Never had that before. I left it in the sunshine while I popped out during my break. Had a message from Mr. Ferguson. Morning to you, Kyle. He says, loving the commentary this morning, listening while cooking Filipino food for lunch. Ooh, sounds great. Pushes this one up to mid-on, does Das, and fielded there by Van Beek, and there's no run.
Well, you see,
it's
this-
also good to hear Sam Toki. Yeah, always good to hear Sam Toki, and that's the end of the over. It's 59 for 2, and it's always good to hear you as well, Dick Davis.
Thank you. Likewise, I assure you. Yeah, I mean, this is normal weather almost any time of the year for Essex. You were talking about it affecting your mobile phone.
Yeah, of course.
If you buy a mobile phone in Essex, they are specially designed to withstand high temperatures.
Yeah, they are. I'm sure they are, especially in Leon Sea,
Oh, yes, indeed, yes.
where the natives are obviously easy to pick out because of their deep suntans.
And they're smug to me.
It is Van Beek replacing Taylor, so
Yes.
I think Worcestershire obviously planning to use their seamers in just
Yes.
small little bursts this morning and keep Verdi going at the other end. So Taylor, like Leach, just a short spell this morning. And Tom Taylor, I've said this several times during the game, but I will reiterate it. Since coming into the side at the start of the T20, he's played a huge amount of cricket, and in every game he's played, he's carried quite a lot of responsibility, and the burden of the seam bowling has very much fallen on him, and they need him to keep playing. They cannot overwork him.
So Van Beek, in Yorker, a very good one to start with. Good Lord, yeah, Yorker on middle and off. Probably we're not right behind the line, and those who are behind the line may say, no, that wasn't middle and off. Well, you've got a better view than I. We had somebody yesterday who upbraided, I think is the word, us for being a little bit rash in our comments, and it was only the way we saw it at the time. As with everybody else in life, we occasionally get things slightly wrong, perhaps. As that's just played solidly defensively. Well, I say defensively, but I'll stick to my guns. It was played defensively, but it was timed so well.
It was, and you know the other thing about it, I was watching that quite closely. Joe Leach running across from mid-on, and almost behind the bowler, and he slid. He gets down well for a big guy. He slid along and was expecting to stop it, and just before he got to him, it kicked, and it just bounced over his arm, and that's why. It was a bit of a sigh, really, but as you say, timed so well.
Yes, it went through for 4, we hasten to add. As that's pulled away for 1 down to deep backward square. And just see if we've had any emails today. Oh, we had one last night that I noticed, after which was too late for me to address it at the time. So I promised myself I would get onto it. Oh yes, it was about the Chelmsford floodlights. How do they change the bulbs, it says. Again, I don't know. It says it doesn't seem to be the collapsible or foldable type. No, I don't know. Oh, that's the other Yorker length delivery, which is very good. No, I'm sorry, Ian. I'll tell you what, I'll try and find out. There are plenty of sort of technical people wandering around the ground. It's an obvious question, I must admit. But, no, difficult to even surmise.
Little drone, I reckon, goes up.
Well, yes.
Little drone with a robot on it.
Yes. Or what was the fellow's name? Fred Dibner, wasn't it? Do you remember Fred Dibner?
Yeah, I do remember him.
As the next delivery comes in, and that's just played back to the bowler, who was those who don't know, he was a steeplejack who became quite a TV personality.
Yeah, he did. He had the broadest Lancashire accent you've ever heard in your life. The what they call the Darwin R, where they roll it a bit like think Bumble. Carl Cricken, ex-Derbyshire wicketkeeper, good friend of mine, runs the academy at Lancashire. Comes from Horwich, and he's got the Darwin R.
And the next delivery played with authority, but only straight to the fielder.
And Fred Dibner had that, didn't he? The broad. I think he came from Chorley, didn't he? He had the broadest Lancashire
that seems to ring a bell.
His great character.
Yes.
What do you think? He would have run a steamroller up to the bottom of the lights, and then had a steam-driven cherry picker, which would have pushed him up.
That's right.
I'm going to change bulb.
All without any safety harness. Yeah, for wimps.
End of the over. 64 for 2. 15 minutes left to lunch. Another wicket for Worcestershire would make it a decent little session for them.
And
just give Essex a few little headaches. If they get to lunch 80 for 2 or something like that, they'll probably feel they're in really good shape, needing another. Well, they needed 184 when they began the innings, but another wicket for Worcester should be very, very interesting. There's Verdi bowls from the Alistair Cook end, and just given a little bit of room, and Toby Cox. What am I talking about? Toby Cox. It's Jordan Cox, cuts away on the offside for a single.
And as well as finding out how they change light bulbs, I'll try and find out what's wrong with Shane Snater, because that could be significant.
Verdi in again, bowls, and this one is driven by Das up to mid-on, and nearly an overthrow. Good awareness from Ethan Brooks. because Logan Van Beek came running in from mid-on, flicked an underarm throw at the stumps of the non-striker's end. Das would have been in anyway, nobody expected it, and Brooks had to be very alert. He saw it late and decided from mid-wicket, I'm going to have to back that up, and he got across quickly and prevented an overthrow. That would have been silly. Verdi bowls, oh, that's a good one. That's nicely flighted, turned, and defeated the forward prod of Cox, but he got his front foot far enough forward and outside the line to kick it away, and it ran away to slip. Well bowled by Verdi. He's in again now and bowls a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Didn't bounce much, whipped away on the leg side for a single. Jake Libby fields at mid-wicket. Good tense stuff as it has been throughout the game.
It is.
It's been I keep saying it, but I make no apology, it's been a really good 4 days of cricket here. Proper competitive first division cricket. Verdi again bowls, and this time Das on the front foot plays back up the pitch to the bowler, showing great maturity for one of so little experience, Robin Das.
Yes.
Verdi is in again and bowls, and Das drives on the offside and beats the fielder at extra cover. It's Ethan Brooks. So quick over the ground, Brooks. I think a lot of fielders would have not caught up with that, and a lot of fielders, they would have caught up with it just inside the rope, and they would have got 3. But he is so quick that he caught up with it, didn't need to slide, picked it up, got the throw back in, and they only got 2. Good fielding from Ethan Brooks, who's had a very, very good match in this game. But 2 runs accrued. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, Essex are 69 for 2. Das has 32. Cox has 9. The 2 men out. Elgar, LBW to Leach for 6, and Westley caught behind by Gareth Roddick off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 21. And 10 minutes to go till lunch. And well, I think we said by lunch we'll have a good idea. Not so sure now. Another wicket would make a real difference.
Van Beek makes a full start. I don't think the batsman was entirely ready, and he now is. Van Beek bowls. Jordan Cox just gets solidly behind it, trickles back, picked up by mid-off. Anthony emails us, not sure if we've discussed this over the previous days, but on both sides, who may be released at the end of the season? More players are getting released over the years. Well, no, I don't think anything officially has been announced, and not from the Essex point of view. There are plenty of rumours, of course, but we certainly don't indulge in rumours. Well, not on air anyway. We might do privately, but certainly not on air. So, no, your knowledge, Anthony, and I know you know an awful lot about Essex cricket. You know, well, anything you know will probably surpass anything I do. But anyway, thanks for contacting us. Always good to hear from you. Something else, apropos of nothing anybody's emailed about, but I picked it up from social media. There was the suggestion that when Essex played Hampshire, in Hampshire, was it last game or the one before that, both sides declared at 400 and something for 8, and that was the end of the game because they lost a lot of play, and each time they declared at 8, it obviously prevented the other side getting another bonus point, and there was talk that this may incur Essex in yet more penalties, well, and Hampshire as well, as if Essex hadn't had enough for various reasons over the years. Come back to that after this delivery, which Cox just plays quietly out into the offside as inevitably the emergency vehicle goes hurtling through the city centre, hopefully either a false alarm or nothing serious. Well, I spoke to Peter Such, who is vastly experienced and for some years has now been the match referee, and I asked him, but he said no, there's no way at all they'd be penalised for that. He'd have no fears whatsoever. So we can put that one to bed, and that's it. Oh, it's rather a good catch.
No, it's a run out.
It's a run out, I mean, yes.
It's onto the stumps.
And Robin Das is understandably disconsolate because he'd played so well, and that is arguably the
worst way to
the
get out.
worst way. Yeah, I can't really think of a worse way of getting out. It was driven hard back towards the bowler. There was a shortish leg, about 2/3 of the way down the wicket. Very, very straight, only just off the cut strip rather. And he got a hand to it, or it hit him. Don't know if it was involuntary or not. Anyway, it deflected onto the stumps, and Robin Das was out of his ground. Oh, it's D'Oliveira. It goes down. It was run out by D'Oliveira. So, yeah, very unfortunate, but they will count. And Essex are 3 down for 69.
Yeah, it was an amazing bit of work. It's one of those things that happens, run out at the non-striker's end, and Robin just literally dragging himself off. A young player, and it hasn't taken him long to taste one of the most unfortunate methods of dismissal that exists in the game, and it's a big wicket. It's a big wicket for Worcestershire. They just keep themselves in this game, don't they? By one way or another, and they keep us gripped, they keep us interested, and 3 down before lunch. And that one, just having a look at the replay now. D'Oliveira's in that very straight position at mid-on. It's hammered on the onside, and he dives across. It's an extra. I don't think I've ever seen one like that before. It's not come off the bowler. D'Oliveira's fielding. I'll picture it if you're not watching and you're just listening. He's just off the cut strip, and he's about 17 yards away from the batter, who's hammered it back. It looks as though it's going for 4, and D'Oliveira dives across, gets a left hand to it, deflects it onto the stumps at the bowler's end, and Das is well short of his ground, backing up.
Went big into Jordan Cox, who nudges that down to the third man for 2 runs. I didn't note how many Das made.
He made 32.
32, thank you. So if every professional cricketer gets run out in that unfortunate way in their career, then Robin Das can hopefully think, well, I've got it out of the way early in my career, it won't happen again. But that theory doesn't always hold water, of course. And that's...
Oh my goodness.
Oh, another one goes down.
Oh my goodness, what a catch.
What a catch. Critchley.
First ball
out. Caught, was that also
D'Oliveira, yeah. He's driven it in the air just to the right of that same position that D'Oliveira's fielding in, and he's thrown a right hand out and he's plucked it out of the sky. That's another very, very useful breakthrough for Worcestershire. And the only thing I'd say is, I think that I mean, there's obviously you've got Paul Walter, you've got Michael Pepper still to come. He got 100 in the first innings.
Yes.
And you've got Jordan Cox out there who's on 11, and Jordan Cox is oh, hang on a minute. Is it Jordan Cox? It's Jordan Cox is out, of course. So they didn't, of course, because Critchley was the non-striker. So I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon, listeners and viewers. Excuse us.
No, I condoned it, so I apologise.
Critchley is the non-striker. So Jordan Cox has gone for 11, and Paul Walter comes out now to join Matt Critchley. So both batsmen yet to face a delivery, in fact, and at 71 for 4. Worcestershire, well, what an over, and Brett D'Oliveira using that odd position that we've commented on lots during the game as a sort of very, very straight, short mid-on, just off the cut strip, 5 yards from the far end, where the non-striker would normally be backing up. That's the way to picture it. And he's got a drive from Cox going to his left hand, which is deflected onto the stumps to run out Das, and then he's got a drive from Cox going to his right hand in the air, and he's dived and stuck his hand out, and he's picked up a catch, and that's transformed this game in just the space of 2 minutes before lunch, with Das out for 32 and Cox for 11. We've got 2 new men at the crease, and Essex are 71 for 4 with about 5 minutes to go before lunch. And Verdi starts a new over, and actually Critchley is off the mark, flicking his first ball away round the corner on the leg side for a single, but it does mean that Verdi will now be able to bowl at the left-handed Walter.
Yes, which all off-spinners like to do, and none more so probably than Simon Harmer, who's, yes, he's even more effective against left-handers. He still has to bat. I mean, yeah, there's obviously batting to come. Pepper, Harmer, Slater, who knows? But after that, Cook and Porter are very good bowlers, and that's their main contribution to the side. So Michael Pepper, Paul Walter.
Round the wicket then Verdi, silly point in, slip in, and bowls, and this one's turned, well, looks to turn it on the leg side, taken on the pad. Gosh, this game's been good, hasn't it?
It has been so good.
What a game of cricket this
So
has been.
good.
Either way now.
You can never
just
take your eyes
brilliant.
off it.
Brilliant game. Verdi round the wicket to Walter, tall left-hander. Just looking to get one in exactly the right place. Turn and take the outside edge. This one he smothers the spin. Just looking for that one, isn't he, Verdi, that might just turn that little bit more, slip in place, silly point under the helmet. Tension around the ground. He comes in around the wicket again. Balls, and Walter is turning this one on the leg side, but even that he pushes it to mid-wicket, you just think if he plays a little bit too early, he'll get leading edge. I love it. Great cricket. Great cricket. Verdi again. End of his mark. He's in. Round the wicket. Walter is forward, pushing this one down on the offside. Will we get another over before lunch? We will, you know. It's 12:57 on the scoreboard. I think we'll get another one before lunch. As Verdi is in again, and bowls, and Walter is forward, pushing out on the offside. And that is the end of the over from Verdi. 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. Joe Leach, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. Tom Taylor, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. And Logan Van Beek, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7. One more over before lunch. And it will be Van Beek to bowl it. The day began with Worcestershire on their overnight 303 for 8. Their innings wrapped up fairly quickly. Taylor out for 17, Verdi for 2. 3-2 on the total, 4 wickets for Cook. Essex set 184, have lost Elgar for 6, Westley 21, Das 32, and Cox 11. As Van Beek's first ball is clipped away on the onside for a single, Dick.
Yes, indeed. So at what's that, 2.5 minutes to 1. Time for rebuilding. A lot of rebuilding by Essex. I was saying to Santoki, once the target gets fewer than 100, then suddenly it's another psychological barrier. It seems a little bit closer, but it's still a long way away. The only, well, one of the things in Essex's favour is that they're not in any hurry. There's no pressure of having to score X number of runs per over. So Van Beek to continue, and that's played handsomely out into the covers, and it's well stopped. All the Worcestershire fielders are, as you'd expect, right up with their game, and that's well cut off there at extra cover, straightish extra cover.
Yeah, good effort that by Leach.
Takes the score to 74 for 4. 110 needed for victory. And brings Matt Critchley down to the business end. Van Beek moves in, bowls to him. He whips that away pleasantly. backward of square on the onside for a single. And yes, it's to be assumed Worcestershire will enjoy their lunch rather more than Essex do. But I don't know. Would the bookies still have Essex as slight favourites, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could say I'm saying that because I'm a pessimist, but I think they would actually. I do.
Simply unacceptable. As a white person in this country, I feel actually embarrassed and ashamed that...
Let's just play defensively. I'll be doing an update into the 1 o'clock news, which may or may not come along before this over is completed.
Yeah, I'd say they're still favourites, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You only need a couple of people to get in, and they've still got a man who got 100 in the first innings still to come.
Well,
so,
yes.
Yeah.
But
Pressure does strange things, doesn't it? Worcestershire just got to keep at it, I think.
as Van Beek moves in, that's just played out into the covers. No addition to the score of 75 for 4. In, I think we can confidently say, the last over before lunch. Irrespective of what clock they go by. It says 13:01 on the scoreboard. The clock on the pavilion says more or less 1 o'clock. Slight delay at the other end while Bowler and Joe Leach, is it, in discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying, what do you think I should bowl with these last two, Joe?
Yes. Van Beek to Paul Walter, who plays solidly defensively, trickles out to Leach at mid-off. And that's the end of the over and the end of the morning's entertainment. Although it's a phrase we often use, that really has been entertaining as well. We've had 6 wickets go down, the final 2 of Worcestershire, and Essex have lost 4 in pursuit of 184 to win. As we've all been saying, as Frank's been saying, I'll just do this update first. Well, the players are just walking off to lunch, and it's been a most absorbing, entertaining morning.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Chelmsford. Just in time for play to get underway. Day 4, session 2, probably the last session of the game, as Essex resume their chase of a victory target of 184, and they are 75 for 4 at the break, and Amar Verdi will bowl the first over of the afternoon from the Sir Alistair Cook end, the river end as it used to be known here at Chelmsford, and his first ball is smothered out on the offside by Matt Critchley, who is 3 not out. Paul Walter, his partner at the non-striker's end, on 1. Worcestershire picking up a couple of wickets just before the lunch interval. Verdi bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Critchley. I'll describe the field to you for Verdi, bowling off spin over the wicket to the right-hander. He has a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg under the helmet. Brett Dolliver is on the drive at short mid-wicket, and then there's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a backward square leg as Critchley drives this next one from Verdi up to Logan Van Beek at mid-on. There's no run, and the final fielder to complete the jigsaw is Jake Libby out at deep mid-wicket, about 15 yards in from the leg side boundary. Bright sunshine, pretty warm afternoon here at Chelmsford as Verdi comes in again and bowls, and he gives this one air, and Critchley accepts the invitation to drive and hits it straight back over the bowler's head for 4. He's a big man, Critchley, not as big as his partner Walter, who's 6'8", I think, but a big strong man, and given the chance he just opened his shoulders and hit that down the ground. Verdi won't be too bothered about that. He wants to see the batsman playing shots. He's hoping to turn it back through the gate, but he just got a little bit too full on that occasion. 79 for 4. Verdi Yibian, not surprised, a bit quicker, a bit flatter, he's got a wicket, he's picked him up, but leg slip, caught round the corner by Adam Hose. Ball just bounced a little bit, and Critchley turning it off his hip. Perfectly legitimate stroke in many ways, but straight into the hands of the helmeted Adam Hose at leg slip, and the first wicket goes down in the afternoon. It's a first wicket of the innings for Amar Verdi, and Essex's chase of this 184 is faltering. They are 79 for 5. Santoki, good start to the afternoon for Worcestershire.
Dream start there for Worcestershire. Verdi getting the key wicket, and safe to say, Frank, we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, I think we have, and it's been a really gripping game of cricket this. It started, let's remember, and Worcestershire fans won't need reminding, it started with Worcestershire having won the toss and chosen to bat, slumping in the 5th over to 10 for 4 on the first day. They recovered well enough to reach a first innings score of 266, but general opinion, both in and out of the Worcestershire camp, was that that was about 100 runs short of where they really should have been. But they've dragged themselves back into the game on a second occasion, having conceded a first innings lead of 138, managed to set a target of 184, not as many as they wanted, but either side of that lunch interval they have picked up 3 wickets in very short order, as Essex have gone from 69 for 2 to 79 for 5, and it is game on. But it must be said that the man who has just walked out to the crease, Michael Pepper, the Essex wicketkeeper, did make 112 not out in the first innings. So I think it's fair to say this partnership between Westley and Pepper, the 2 last proper recognised batsmen, is absolutely crucial. Verdi is into Pepper, and he's got him LBW first, but we thought he had. He's gone back, it's kept low, it's hit him, massive shout for LBW, and I think that the umpire at the At the bowling end, David Milnes, himself a bowler, is just feeling that might just have hit him outside the line of off stump. It was a massive shot. They really thought they'd got their men cracking over. Great start to the afternoon. Great game of cricket on our hands here. Essex are 79 for 5 and they need a further 105 runs to win. And it's a very, very tense situation here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, but Logan Van Beek will be bowling from the Graham Gooch end. He made things happen before lunch. Let's see if he can make an early breakthrough.
The applause you can hear is from the posse of Worcestershire supporters gathered just in front of our commentary box. They've been here all 4 days and they're applauding Emma Verdi as he makes his way down to field in front of them.
And it's going to be Paul Walter on strike to Logan Van Beek, running in from the Graham Gooch end. And it's Van Beek and just blocked out by Walter. So 79 for 5. Pressure on Essex at the moment. As Frank said, this partnership is going to be crucial for their chances of victory. Michael Pepper, Centurion from the first innings, 112 not out. It's going to be key here in this chase. As Worcestershire gaining confidence, gaining momentum with this quick surge of wickets. As Van Beek runs in once again to Walter on strike. Oh, and Walter swipes it on the offside. Is it going to run to the boundary? Should be picked up by the fielder, and it is just about. Great save there, and they pick up 2 runs.
Didn't go where he expected.
Yeah.
He's looking to turn it on the onside. It's a thickish outside edge really, so reasonably encouraging for Logan Van Beek. Just the one slip in now. But that man on the drive at short extra, Adam Hose. We've seen both captains try to be quite creative with catching positions in front of the wicket, and it's paid off.
Let's have Van Beek into Walter again. This time straight back to Van Beek. Logan Van Beek, of course, Netherlands international. His grandfather, West Indies Test player, Sammy Gillen. One of the few players who's played international Test cricket for 2 nations. Later played for New Zealand in the 1950s.
Well, I don't think you were here when we revealed even more interesting stuff about Logan Van Beek's background that he told me. Some people will have heard it on day one. They may not have picked it up, but I'll enlighten everybody again in a minute.
Van Beek into Walter, and he swipes at it. Oh! Van Beek, he's made
Great
it.
catch by Roderick.
Van Beek's made things happen again in his first over after lunch. 81 for 6, and momentum swinging in Worcestershire's favour. Big wicket there of Paul Walter, and Van Beek strikes straight after lunch.
Great catch by Roderick, high to his left, flashing cut shot from Paul Walter. He went to a similar dismissal in the first innings. Walter caught at slip by Jones off the same bowler, Van Beek. On that occasion he made 33. On this occasion he's made just 3, and that is another brilliant breakthrough as far as Worcestershire are concerned from Logan Van Beek. In the 25th over, 81 for 6 now Essex. They need a further 103 to win. And I'll just give you that nugget of information. Van Beek was batting with Brett D'Oliveira in the first innings. I waited until they were out there together to give this information, which had been given to me by Logan Van Beek himself on the night before the game. And he said, you might want to get this into the commentary. They are related.
Oh, wow.
Brett D'Oliveira and Logan Van Beek related by marriage in that Basil D'Oliveira, father of Damien, who was Brett's father, so Basil, the famous Basil D'Oliveira, Brett's grandfather, his brother married a lady called Elizabeth, presumably in South Africa, and Elizabeth's first cousin, Sally, is Logan Van Beek's mum.
Oh,
so
wow.
there is a genuine relationship by marriage, as it has to be, I suppose, but Brett D'Oliveira and Logan Van Beek, and Brett himself didn't even know until the other day that they were related. So Logan Van Beek has turned up for his second spell on loan with Worcester and said, "Hey, guess what I found
Family
out?"
reunion.
Yeah, and he was very keen for me to get it into the commentary, so I told him I had, and he was delighted. And well, he's picked up a big wicket there.
So Van Beek in once again, and just put it by Simon Harmer, who's come in to bat. And Worcestershire confident now. Flurry of wickets.
Well, Simon Harmer's a very capable batsman.
Yeah.
Not having a very good season, to be fair, but a very, very capable batsman. They're not through them yet, but Worcestershire now absolutely on top.
Yeah.
Great stuff from Sin Slunch.
Van Beek in once again to Harmer. Ooh, high. Slight LBW shouts, but it looked a bit too high for me, and that's the end of the over. What an over there from Logan Van Beek. Essex 81 for 6, still need 103 runs to win the match. And Worcestershire, all the momentum with Worcestershire at the moment, carrying on from where they left off before lunch. And what a match it's been.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Simon Harmer's out there. Tom Topley, who was with us on the first 2 days, pointed out when Harmer batted in the first innings that he thinks he's very much an LBW candidate, so we'll have to wait and see whether that comes into play. In the first innings he was caught behind by Gareth Rodrikoff, the medium pace of Ethan Brooks, for 7. As it is, he is not on strike. The man on strike is Michael Pepper. He's faced 1 ball. It produced a big shout for LBW, but he made 100 in the first innings, remember. He's very carefully forward to this one, dropping it down on the leg side. So slip and short leg in place, the close catches, and great tension around this sun-bathed ground. It's really hot out there. And Verdi comes in again and bowls, and Pepper sweeps, and he gets it in the air over the fielder at square leg, and sliding round the boundary, Jake Libby flicks the ball back inside the rope, and they take 2, but that was only just over the head of Tom Taylor. It was a miss-hit sweep. It wasn't he swept very well in the first innings, but on that occasion a top edge, and that slight encouragement for Worcestershire. Taylor sent back a little bit deeper now at backward square leg, but it could have gone anywhere, that one. 83 for 6. It's hot out there, and it's hot in here.
Yeah,
it's hot in our commentary box. We've had to put the old sun cream on in the break as Verdi comes in and bowls, and there's another LBW appeal here as Pepper prods forward. Might have got a bat on it, or umpire Milnes might think, well, a bit too far forward. It's turning quite a long way. If that's hit him in line, it must be going on to miss leg stump with the amount of turn. But questions are being asked by the Worcestershire bowlers at every turn here at the moment, as Verdi is in once more, and that one's a little bit shorter, and Pepper is on the back foot, pushing it, thinks he's going to get a single up to long on, but D'Oliveira is very quick, moving to his left at mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score. 2 men out since lunch then, Critchley for 7 and Walter for 3. Michael Pepper waits as Verdi bowls to him now, and he's on the back foot and plays defensively out on the offside. Well, I often say it when games are tense, and captains and coaches like to say it, every ball is an event at the moment. Yeah. Every single ball matters. And Verdi to bowl the next one. He's in and he bowls, and Pepper is forward, steers that out on the offside defensively. Good over from Verdi. Just conceded those 2 runs, albeit to a full shot. And at the end of the over, Essex still requiring 101 more runs to win, are 83 for 6. Pepper has 2, Harmer yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Verdi's bowled 13 overs on the bounce. He's been persistent. He got his reward in his last over, and you'd imagine he'll have more of a role to play as the innings goes on. 83 for 6 as Logan Van Beek will continue from the Graham Gooch end. Simon Harmer will take strike. And it's Beek running in. And Harmer just blocks it out on the leg side. There's no run. A lot of chatter from the fielders at Worcestershire. They can sense a remarkable victory almost in reach. However,
yeah,
as Frank
too
said,
easy to say.
Yeah, as Frank said, Simon Harmer's a very capable batter.
Yeah.
Can't underestimate. As Beek runs in to Harmer on strike, and again just blocked forward.
Worcestershire fans all remember a certain T20 final in 2019 when Simon Harmer won the game for Essex, and Worcestershire thought they were going to win it for the second year running, and they had an incredible semi-final victory over Notts, which they thought they were going to lose, and then nicked it in the last over, and then Harmer just took it away from them with the bat in the final.
So Logan Van Beek in once again to Simon Harmer, and this one just put it on the leg side again, picked up at short leg, no run. 83 for 6. And Essex still have time on their hands. They've got a lot of time in the day. They don't need to play any reckless shots. That's what Simon Harmer's doing at the moment, just seeing off the ball, taking singles where they can find it. But there's no real need for urgency at the moment on Essex's part, as Logan Van Beek runs in once again from the Graham Gooch end into Simon Harmer on strike. Harmer again just blocks it forward, and there's no run. So four dot balls on the bounce for Logan Van Beek. Sun out in full glare at the moment. So Logan Van Beek gets ready to run in again. Just one fielder at slip as he runs in to Simon Harmer. Oh, and Simon Harmer nudges it past slip and take a single. Will he look for two? Yep. Gets two comfortably there. And that takes it up to 85 for 6. Just one ball left in the over. Will be Simon Harmer to continue on strike. And it's Logan Van Beek running in once again to Simon Harmer. Oh, just clips him on the pads high. No real appeal for that one. And that's the end of the over. 85 for 6. Essex still need 99 runs. They've taken it down to double digits. 99 runs to win the match. Worcestershire need 4 wickets.
If you're just joining us here, the story of the day. Worcestershire began the day with 2 wickets left in their second innings, 303 for 8, but they lost Tom Taylor for 17 and Amal Verdi for 2 in fairly short order this morning to be 321 all out. Sam Cook finished with figures of 4 for 23, Simon Harmer 3 for 110. Essex set 184 for victory, lost Dean Elgar LBW for 6 to be 17 for 1, but then made good progress, 53 on the board before the captain Tom Westley was out for 21, and then 2 wickets in very quick succession just before lunch. Just break off as Verdi starts a new over, bowling to Pepper, who gets a single, pushing out on the offside. Robin Dash run out by Brett D'Oliveira, who flicked the ball from his very straight short mid-on position onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Very unfortunate for Dash. He went for 32. Jordan Cox then caught by D'Oliveira in the same position for 11 off Van Beek. So at lunch 75 for 4. And 2 wickets since then. Critchley caught round the corner by Adam Hose off the off-spinner Adam Verdi for 7. And Paul Walter caught behind off Logan Van Beek for 3. Verdi in bowls, and defending on the back foot is Harmer. It's off spinner to off spinner at the moment. Harmer knows everything about the art of off spin and everything about bowling it on this surface here at Chelmsford, but it's very different when you've got a bat in your hand rather than the ball. Verdi in to Harmer, and he plays the reverse sweep, which was played expertly against him by a number of Worcestershire batsmen, notably Ethan Brooks. Plays it really well. Might have expected 4, and a superb piece of fielding by none other than Joe Leach. The big man pounding round the boundary, tumbling, rolling stop, gets to his feet and gets the ball back in, and they only got a single. Great work from Leach. Verdi to Pepper. Forward to this one, smothers it back up the pitch to the bowler. 87 for 6, 184 the target. And a wonderful game of 4-day cricket this has been. And there's some cricket left in it yet. Here's Verdi. Pushes this one through a little bit quicker. Pepper is watchful in defence, pushing it back up the pitch. Got 112 not out in the first innings, Michael Pepper. Slightly different circumstances this time round. Quite a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the young man. Verdi bowls to him, nicely bowled, nicely flighted, and pushed out on the offside again by Pepper. And that is the end of the over. Logan van Beek jogging in quickly from fine leg. Can't wait to get his cap off and get bowling again. And no wonder he's picked up a wicket since lunch. And he's got 2 in the innings so far. He's a massively enthusiastic cricketer. And he wants to play his part here as Worcestershire push for what would be a sensational victory were they to pull it off. 3 to each batsman, 87 for 6. I'm seeking a bit of shade here, Santoka. I'm moving behind you in the box. The sun is streaming into our box. It is really hot.
As Simon Harmer takes strike, Logan van Beek running in from the Graham Gooch end into Harmer, just blocked up, took a bounce, but Van Beek would manage to pick it up. Yes, 97 runs to win for Essex. This could be a nail biter. As Frank said, still a lot of cricket to be played. As Van Beek will be looking to make another breakthrough. Capitalise on the momentum he's built for himself in the last few overs. As Van Beek runs in once again to Simon Harmer. And Harmer this time strikes it down to mid-off, and there's no run on offer. Yeah, there were weather warnings issued throughout a lot of south of England overnight and this morning. However, the sun is out in full glory today in Chelmsford.
Gosh, it's hot. It's just been a wonderful game of cricket.
Van Beek in once again to Harmer, and a bouncer just goes over Harmer's head.
No ball.
No ball. Corner. So no ball there.
Two runs onto the total, which matters at this moment. Such a tight run chase this. Every run is vital.
Van Beek in again to Harmer, and again just blocked by Harmer. As I said earlier, there's not really any time pressure on Essex. They can take their time, search for singles when needed. Enough overs in the day to chase the target down. Just one fielder at slip at present. Van Beek in once again to Simon Harmer. Harmer, lovely stroke there, and that's going to go for 4. Just on the offside. Great stroke there from Simon Harmer. Shows his capabilities as a batter.
I think the other thing about that, Santoki, is that it's so important when you're batting in a situation like this that you take care and play carefully and don't do anything stupid, but it's also so important that you don't get bogged down and become shotless.
Yeah.
So when you do get a bad ball like that, you still put it away, and
Yeah.
that's a sign of a really experienced player, Simon Harmer.
Van Beek in once again to Harmer. Harmer just hits it on the clips on the leg side. No, came off the pad.
Good take.
Yep. Saved the 4 there. And I think there's one more delivery in the over.
Yeah, good take by Gareth Roderick. Key man for Worcestershire. Not just because of the catches he picks up, he opens the batting. He's played in every game of cricket that Worcestershire have played this season, in every competition. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And he's carried 1 or 2 knocks along the way.
Van Beek in final delivery of the over into Simon Harmon. Simon Harmon just nudges it on the offside and takes a single and will retain strike for the next over. And that finishes with Essex 93 for 6, 91 runs to win the match. 4 wickets Worcestershire are in search of.
Yep, it's been fascinating on each day, this game. It really has. We've seen the tail wag for Worcestershire in their first innings. We've seen the tail wag very, very vigorously for Essex in their first innings. And we've seen a pitch that helped the spinners from the very first session, and also helped the seamers early on when the ball was new, but it's dried out completely. It was a touch of green on day one, but none of that left now. But it's deteriorated slightly, but not too much. It's been a good cricket wicket in that sense. And a fascinating battle between two really, really committed Division 1 sides here. As Verdi starts a new over with the ball to Harmer, which he's not afraid to give a bit of air to, and there's a tumbling stop by D'Oliveira at short mid-wicket, which means they can't get a run. It might seem surprising to some listeners to hear me say two committed sides, because, you know, they're professionals. You should expect them to be committed at all times. But I think supporters of some counties will know what I mean, and whether one way or another teams are not committed or they just don't look it. But at certain times in a season, teams can not appear to be fully switched on. This one from Verdi, nicely bowled, and Harmer just turning it with the spin, to be fair, along the ground, but could easily, if it had bounced a bit more, have been another catch for Adam Hose at leg slip. As it is, it's a single. I'm sure you know what I mean, Santoki, that you can certainly, I mean, Kent supporters at the moment might be looking at their team, or Lancashire supporters might be looking at their team who've just lost 2 consecutive games by an innings, and questioning things. I don't think players ever don't try. I'm not suggesting that for a minute.
No.
But you can tell when they're really at it, can't you? And
Exactly.
in this game, both sides have been what I would call properly applying themselves in pretty trying circumstances as far as batting's concerned. Verdi is in again to Pepper, and he's on the back foot defending this on the onside. Bit tentative, that shot from Pepper. He's on 3, Harmer has 9. 95 for 6. 184 the victory target. Verdi again is in, and Pepper is again defending and pushing out on the offside. I've talked a little bit today about the pressure on Verdi, and I think it's worth just reiterating that. He's in his 15th over, and he's bowled from the start, from this Alistair Cook end. He bowled 37 overs in the first innings, I think. Oh, and that one is a clever shot from Pepper, but highly risky. Gave himself room, cut it away off the stumps down to backward point, kept it low as well, could easily have crept through, gets a single. But going back to Verdi, longest he's bowled in a game for over 2 years, we think. Must be hard work, even though he's a spinner. The old finger spinner, the index finger gets very sore with a lot of overs. He's in again, he bowls, and Harmer plays a reverse sweep, and that's really well anticipated by Rob Jones, because he executed the shot quite well, and it would have gone down to third man for 4, but Jones at slip ran to his right, having read the shot, and dived to make the stop. So Harmer will be a bit disappointed with that. It was almost, as it turned out, it looked like a left-hander had played a sweep, and the leg slip had dived to save it, but it was a reverse by a right-hander. And Rob Jones had started at conventional slip. So interesting stuff. Van Beek is having a rest, I think, and we're going to see Tom. No, he's not. Tom Taylor walked across as though he was going to bowl, and he is.
Yeah,
I think.
Tom Taylor.
No,
Yeah, it is Tom
he
Taylor.
isn't. No, he isn't.
Oh,
He thought he was. He gave his cap to the umpire. He was marking out his run-up, and Van Beek came up and said, "No, I'm still bowling." And Taylor said, "No, I think you're not." And they looked at D'Oliveira, and he said, "Yeah, Logan Van Beek is going to have one more over." I thought things like that only happened in club cricket.
well, mercifully for myself and Frank, the sun has gone in slightly.
Yeah,
Bit of
I'll
breeze
sit
now.
down again now. But the heat is still as intense out there in the middle. And I think the sun will be back before long.
as Van Beek runs in from the Graham Gooch end to Pepper, and it's blocked there by Michael Pepper.
You might hear that siren. It gives you an idea of how close we are to the main road on the city centre here in Chelmsford.
Van Beek in once again to Michael Pepper on strike and just nudges it, clips it leg side, takes a single, brings Simon Harmer back on strike.
I think we know what the next bowling change will be, because Tom Taylor's talk about telegraphed it to us. He's going to have a little bowl. He's only bowled 4 overs so far, 1 for 18. Taylor, Worcestershire using their seamers in short bursts from that Graham Gooch end.
As Logan Van Beek runs in once again to Simon Harmer. Simon Harmer just nudges it on the offside, doesn't take the run.
Kashif Ali onto it quickly in the covers, goes pads under his trousers from when he's fielding at short leg at the other end. Always fields in a sun hat. D'Oliveira still in that very straight mid-on position. Proved vital twice just before lunch.
Yeah. Van Beek in once again to Harmer and just prodded forward by Harmer.
Van Beek's figures are 6.3 overs, 6.4 now I think. No maidens, 2 for 22. And one thing about him is he makes the batsman play, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Ball
definitely.
very, very straight. Don't see many leaves against Logan Van Beek.
Yeah, great for Worcestershire to be able to re-sign him for these last 4 games of the season. So Van Beek in once again to Simon Harmer. Harmer just plays it past slip, and it's going to go for 4. Should be picked up. No, gone for 4. Or they're going to run 4.
He's fielded it, and they've run 3.
They've run 3. Okay.
Excellent work from Libby.
Yeah.
Look for all the world as that would go for the outfield down, right down below us. In fact, so steeply below us in the end, he was out of our sight, but it's parched down there, and it's been a quick outfield from the very first morning. And that one almost went all the way, but that saving that 1 run, you just don't know how vital it could be.
Exactly.
84 more needed.
It's Van Beek in for the final delivery of the over into Michael Pepper on strike. Just played defensively by Michael Pepper, no run, and that's the end of the over. Essex 100 for 6, 84 needed for the win.
Yeah, and it sounds a lot when it was 100. You think, oh, it sounds a lot. They still need 100. Get it down to 80. Doesn't sound so much. Get it down to 60. You start thinking.
Yeah.
Get it down to 50. Start saying the batters are favourites. Then a wicket goes. Could go any direction at all. These two. I know I said that last time, but these two. Harmer, experienced, not having a good season, but a very capable batsman. And Pepper, young, fearless, 100 in the first innings, but inexperienced. All manner of variables out there. Verdi, on loan, hasn't played much first-class cricket in the last couple of years. Van Beek hasn't played a red ball game for about 6 months.
Yeah.
Verdi bowls. Harmer. Plenty of time to get in behind this one and just work it away on the leg side between mid-wicket and the short leg. Libby does the fielding. Another one for Harmer. Happy to be at the non-striker's end, I reckon. And Pepper. 100 in the first innings. 5 not out. Faces Verdi. He's forward to this one. Pushes it out on the offside. Slip. Leg slip. Short leg. All crouched expectantly around the batsman as Amar Verdi comes in off just 5 or 6 paces. Bowls quicker. Pepper on the back foot, moves his feet nicely, punches it up to Van Beek at mid-on, and they take another single. Bit of a quiet period now since those 2 wickets fell after lunch.
Yep.
Expectant hush around the ground as Verdi bowls slower, and Harmer repeats the shot of the previous time he was on strike and works it away on the onside for another single. Slightly worrying, the ease with which they played Verdi in the last 2 or 3 deliveries. We were talking yesterday when Harmer was bowling, we just break off as Verdi's in again, he bowls slightly quicker. Blocked back to him. We were talking yesterday, Santoki, about the need occasionally, even for a spinner, to have a little break.
Yeah.
Maybe just for 2 or 3 overs, just to let him recharge his batteries, as it were. Don't know whether Worcester will risk that this time. Verdi bowls again, and this one is pushed back up the pitch to him.
I think, as you said, Verdi's not had much red ball recent experience. Tough not only on his fingers, but also mentally as well, bowling over after over. He could do with.
End of the over from Verdi, 103 for 6, 14 to Harmer, 6 to Pepper, and you just wonder whether, well, the change is coming now, Tom Taylor is going to have a bowl, just wonder whether Brett Dovera might be thinking about giving Verdi a little break, just 2 or 3 overs, might have a little bowl himself, picked up a wicket in the first innings, or might give Joe Leach a little go. We haven't seen much seam from this Alistair Cook end in the Worcestershire attack. We did see Jamie Porter bowl quite effectively from this end for Essex. Anyway, it's Taylor at the Graham Gooch end.
Yep. And Simon Harmer on strike. D'Oliveira just has a few words with Taylor before he begins his over, looking at field placements. Moving some more field, moving an extra fielder onto the leg side. Tom Taylor gets ready to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. Simon Harmer on strike. Harmer just blocked forward back to Taylor. As we welcome Dick back onto commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Santoki.
Tom Taylor bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Harmer on strike. Harmer again just nudges it forward, no run on offer, and Essex 81 runs to win this match. Finally poised, it could go either way.
Certainly could, and we still don't know whether Slater is going to come in should another wicket fall or not, which makes a world of difference because he's quite an accomplished batsman.
Yeah.
And no, we don't seem to be able to find out. A lot of people have made inquiries and meets with a blank.
Adds to the suspense of the chase.
Yes.
As it's Taylor in again from the Graham Gooch end. Simon Harmer on strike. Harmer just hits it on the offside, picked up by the fielder. Just takes the single.
Yes, I mean, as we said right from the beginning, the one thing in Essex's favour, and there isn't a lot in its favour at the moment, is that they don't need to take any risks. There's no hurry whatsoever. They've got all the time in the world.
I think psychologically it would have boosted them getting into triple figures as well. Now,
yes, undoubtedly, yes. Whether they win or lose, I mean, questions will be asked in the House about the top of the order. It wasn't good.
Taylor into Pepper, who's on strike. Pepper just hits down the leg side, picked up at short leg. There's no run.
And the gentlemen of the press next door who are of the opinion that Robin Dass, rather than being unlucky, was a little bit, what was the word they used? No, I won't use the word they used. It wasn't all that complimentary, but not really giving it his full attention. I can't really believe that he was sort of found sort of standing outside his crease almost. But I can't recall. We can, at this stage, it doesn't matter. He's out. He's back in the pavilion, as we always say. You know, look in tomorrow's paper. That's it. It's all that matters. They probably don't say that now because nobody buys newspapers.
It's a good point nonetheless. So Taylor into Michael Pepper once again. And Pepper clips it. Oh, just over slip. Goes for 4. Just slightly over slip.
Yes, there's no way you could describe that as a controlled shot.
No. And, when luck is on your side, and Essex pick up the 4 runs.
Well, yes. Whether or not luck was on their side with Dass's dismissal, we don't know, but it was certainly on the home side's, to the home side's advantage there. But that's not just an element of all sports, an element of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
The great imponderable called Lady Luck.
So Taylor in once again to Pepper from the Graham Gooch end. Pepper this time just nudges it down leg side and doesn't take the run. And that's the end of the over. Essex 108 for 6. Their total needed getting smaller and smaller. 76 runs now needed for the victory.
Yep, 76 off. Oh, I don't really need to look at the overs. It doesn't. Yeah, it's academic. Especially it's now 20 past 2. And,
Yeah.
the weather's set fair. Well, better than fair. It's set delightful. More like middle of July than the beginning of September.
Officially, there's still 61 overs left in the day, so...
Thank you, 61. So it's not much more than 1 and over, yes. We won't even discuss it anymore because it's, yeah, an irrelevance. So Verdi continues this massive spell of his.
This will be his 17th over on the bounce.
Yes. Admittedly, it doesn't take a lot out of him. But, well, not physically approaching the wicket, obviously, but, you know, the fingers get tired and even sort of can't afford to lose concentration. Harmer taking a long time to get ready, which he's perfectly entitled to do. Verdi moves in and bowls to him. And Harmer goes forward solidly, defensively. Off spinner to off spinner. And just trickles back to the bowler via a short leg. This most that's swept away for a single down to deep backward square. Well, deepish, about between 2/3, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It's a somewhat, well, it's not as quite unusual a field as it was. It's now 6-3 in favour of the leg side. It was 7-2 for a long time. As Verdi moves in right up over the wicket to Pepper, just goes on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 109 for 6. And you could, Verdi. Now he pushes forward and there's an appeal, but I don't know, when you've been watching cricket long enough, there's something about the way people appeal, and that, although it was quite noisy, it didn't have 100% conviction behind it.
I agree. Felt optimistic.
Yes, and totally understandable under these circumstances, because in the modern game, you know, you're testing the umpire. I don't think that's quite right, but it's all part of the modern game. As Verdi moves in again and bowls to Pepper. Pepper goes on the back foot this time and just works it round the corner. Well, no, not round the corner, just in front of square for a single out to mid-wicket.
No ball.
It's a no ball. Well, Essex will be grateful for any small pickings they can get. So that 112 the board says now. Birdie moves in now. Bowls. It's just played defensively, just about has enough legs on it to trickle back to the bowler. On loan from Surrey. If he wins this game for Worcestershire, they might put a bit of paper in front of him to sign. And that's just played defensively. Harmer reaches using all his... he's a big man. I don't say that in any way sort of uncomplimentarily, but he is and uses every inch of his height to get to the pitch of the ball and smothers it. And, it's the end of the over with Essex 112 for 6 in pursuit of 184, which means they need 72 further runs for victory. And you can almost, it's a metaphor, but you can cut the atmosphere with a knife almost out there, because as Frank was alluding to this morning, or more than alluding, every single ball is important.
Yep. Pepper and Harmer have slightly wrestled back some control of Essex here.
Yeah, but I would...
Taylor into Pepper, just swipes at it, just goes down to mid-off. But yeah, there was chaos and they kind of brought some sort of calm to it now.
It certainly appeared like chaos. It was all those wickets going down. What were they? 69, 79, 79, 81, bang, bang, bang. 4 runs, while 12 runs were added. And what you would think that the cream, the engine room of the Essex batting.
Yeah. We see it at all levels of cricket though, even Test cricket, when the wickets start to fall.
Oh yes.
Tom Taylor in again to Pepper. No run taken, just blocked down to mid-off. When wickets tumble, we see even the most experienced, seasoned batters lose all sort of composure.
That's one of the many fascinating things about this game of cricket. So much of it is played in the mind. Okay, you will need a certain ability to play at your respective levels of the game. Yeah. And obviously at this level, a great deal of ability, but it's still a game of the mind every bit as much as of the body. And I can only think of I can only think that golf compares with that. Because that's very much battle of the mind as well as the swing, because they nearly all have perfect golf swings, and they're all very competent players. You're not missing any play. There's a slight hold up for discussions, but as they say, however big golf courses are, a lot of it is played on the 7 inches or so between one ear and the other, your brain. And if you're presented with a 10-foot putt on which $500,000 depends, that's pressure.
So Taylor in once again to Michael Pepper on strike, and Pepper just swipes it down to mid-off and takes a single.
Mind you, if I were ever presented with a 10-foot putt for a start, it wouldn't be anything much on it, and maybe there's a pint perhaps, and also it wouldn't be any pressure because I know there's no chance of me getting it down. Not in one anyway. So a glorious day here. A scattered crowd, but that's understandable. It could have all been over quite quickly. It's certainly not going to be.
So Taylor in from the Graham Gooch end to Simon Harmer on strike, and Harmer just glances it down to mid-off. Is he going to look for 2? No, just takes a single. And that's all Essex really need to be doing.
Well, yes, just keep
rotating the strike.
Keep on doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Harmer's played cricket at literally every level all over the world. Highly intelligent man. He knows exactly what's required, and part of his job now is to sort of keep the lid on Pepper, who is never mind the A's. He's vastly talented, but still inexperienced.
Yeah.
And loves hitting the ball. You've got to at the end of the over, just say we're,
Taylor in again to Pepper, who drives it down. No run taken.
at the end of the over, Harmer needs to say to him, as he probably is, we're doing well, we're doing exactly what's required. All we've got to do is carry on doing the same thing for the next hour or so, and we'll win.
Well, every single they take just adds more pressure on Worcestershire.
Yes.
We're getting to a point now where it's 70 needed. So victory almost within sight for Essex. They won't take it for granted, but edging closer and closer towards it. As Taylor in once again to Pepper, who's on strike, and Pepper drives that down to mid-off again and takes a single. And that's the end of the over. Essex 115 for 6, I should say. They need 69 to win. Michael Pepper and Simon Harmer on strike.
Yes, and well, it's pretty obvious, but Michael Pepper loves to put bat to ball with very great purpose.
Yeah.
And in the first innings, he made 112, and I'm just looking it up to. Luckily, there's another bit of a delay. His 112 came off 125 balls. So yes, I wasn't here, unfortunately. That was the second day when I had other things to do. But yes, from what everybody tells me, and just reading that, 125 balls for 112 runs, that tells you the way he likes to bat. But no, today, this Sunday afternoon, is not the time for that sort of innings. Sundays always used to be leisurely. Yes, get these runs in a leisurely manner. Birdie to continue, unsurprisingly. Moves in, bowls right arm over the wicket to Pepper, who just plays that with great diligence.
I think for any young batters now on the county scene, you mentioned Jordan Cox playing in a similar style. You'll naturally want to play a more attacking game if you're seeing what England are doing and what they're looking for at the moment in their players. It's almost encouraged.
Well, yes. I mean, they are. It's just pushed off the back foot down to long on, so that's it all goes towards the cause. Another single. Yes, their natural game nowadays, whereas it used to be the natural game was, first of all just keep the ball out, defend. Yeah. I think the sort of natural game now is to try and hit it as far as you can.
Yeah.
Birdie moves in again. Bowls to Pepper. Well, that popped a bit. It's not, Harmer. And a bit of a heart in the mouth time then, but Harmer just looks quite stoical.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on in his mind, but again, that's just exactly what the doctor ordered, as they say. Goes in the back foot and pushes it out to long on for a very comfortable single. So if they carry on doing this, which is from the Essex point of view exactly the right thing, then Warwickshire again, I beg your pardon, that's the worst thing you could say with Worcestershire, arch enemies. Then Worcestershire might need to reappraise their methods. I'm not sure. There again, that's just pushed out to this man at long on. Better give him a name call since he's in the action so much. 67 is at Logan Van Beek. It says 64 on the scorecard, but I've learned not to take that too literally. So yes, 3 times the ball has just been pushed down to him at long on, and each time they've ambled through for a very comfortable single towards their cause. 118 for 6. This time the reverse sweep gets a single down to, well, when it's reverse stroke, I'm never quite sure if it's down to third man or a long leg, but it's down in that direction. To complete the over with 4 having come off it, 4 ones, and Essex are 119 for 6, needing 65 more to win.
Yeah, I guess with England looking for more attacking batters, I guess a county like Surrey have ironically benefited because players such as Dom Sibley, Rory Burns, Ben Folkes, who traditionally would be in the England setup based on their runs, they don't get called up now because they're not as attacking as Brendan McCullum would like to see. So we have seen a shift in sort of dynamics as to how young batters approach the county game. as Tom Taylor in to Simon Harmer, and just blocked there by Simon Harmer.
Just going to get my rucksack, which has a hat in it, at the back of the box.
Good idea. As the sun has come glaring out again into the commentary box. And Essex, just 65 needed now. Still just over an hour left in this session, so this could very well be done either way by the end of the afternoon session before the tea break. As Tom Taylor runs in again from the Graham Gooch end, Simon Harmer on strike, just blocked straight back to Taylor. And Dick Davis has come well equipped with the Sun Hat NatWest Trophy special.
That dates the cap with the hat, but it dates me in the process. It's much better.
Tom Taylor in again to Simon Harmer on strike. Ooh, and gets the edge, and he gets it. Tom Taylor with the breakthrough draws the edge of Simon Harmer, and Harmer walks back to the pavilion. Essex 119 for 7, and this match has taken another twist.
It most decided, well, maybe not literally decided, but most certainly has, yes.
Harmer 18 there, 18 out, and with 65 still needed, they've got 3 wickets left. This match could go either way.
That's Taylor, isn't it? Yes.
Dick,
oh yes, it could.
Dick, you mentioned at the start of the play the words tie. We could see that come into the equation.
Well, yes, it could. It could indeed. So the light's shining right on the screen. How many did he get?
15.
15.
No, sorry. Wait, let me just check.
Thank
18, sorry. 18 of 35.
Right. 119.
And now this inning really hinges on Michael Pepper being able to shepherd them across the line. Still in.
This is interesting. Slater has come to the wicket, but he's got a runner with him, so that at last that's some form of explanation. So it's obviously a leg injury of some description, and it's always a little bit precarious when a batsman has a runner. Got to communicate pretty well.
Yeah.
And it's number 29 who, Shane Slater's batting, yes, but who's running for him? Can't quite see the number.
20.
But they're in discussion with Simon Harmer, as you would expect. Lengthy discussion with Simon Harmer, which nobody will mind. Worcestershire won't mind. In fact, they'll probably welcome the breather. I mean, it's not gamesmanship or anything like that.
Yeah.
And
So this will be interesting then. Shane Snater with a runner.
it
It's
will.
not Dean Elgar, is it? No.
I'm just wondering that, but I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, it is.
It
it's
is.
Dean
Yes,
Elgar,
I mean,
yeah.
it doesn't necessarily need a greyhound because it's not the time to take quick singles.
Yeah.
Well, not yet it's not. So yes, Slater with Dean Elgar running for him.
So it'll be Tom Taylor from the Graham Gooch end continuing. Shane Snater on strike. Taylor into Snater and just blocked by Snater.
And this, of course, puts even more pressure on Pepper.
Yep. I mean, Snater did score a half century in the first innings.
Yes, he did. Oh, yes, that's why I was saying that it could be so important because
Yeah.
he's no mug at all. But there again, he's one of these people that really likes to get on with the game.
Yeah.
So there's 2 batsmen out there playing anything but their natural game.
Taylor in again to Shane Snater on strike. Ooh. Just no run taken there from Snater.
A single.
Oh, was it a single?
Yes. It's very.
I forgot because
Yeah, no,
Dean Elgar's
it's
on
so
it.
easily done because I first of all was thinking to myself, well, there's a single there.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And of course, there's a runner.
We have to keep our eyes across the pitch now. For
Yes. Oh,
So Shane Snater moves across to the side. And it's Michael Pepper takes strike.
Umpire in animated conversation now.
As Tom Taylor in to Michael Pepper. Pepper drives it down the offside. It's going to go for 4, is it?
I think it will, yes.
Yeah, wonderful drive there from Michael Pepper. Taking the initiative on, moves him up to 19. And moves Essex up to 124-7.
120, 60...
64 left.
124 it is. That board that you're looking at over there, Santoki, is a little bit behind real time.
So Essex 124
124, yes.
So 60 needed
60.
to win the match. And so what a game this has been, though, Dick.
It is, yes. I mean, you can't take your eyes off it. Whoever wins it, it's a cliche, but it's whoever wins it. Dare I come out with the old cliche? It's a victory for cricket, but it is. It's the stuff of this version of the game. It's why we love it. Why Santoki plays it. Why I did play it. Why I still watch it. Well, he does, and why thousands of others. And there's something that no, there's not something. There's a lot that the 4-day version of the game can provide that all the different variations of one-day cricket can never provide.
Yeah. I think it's that the narrative that arises, as we've seen here across 4 days, the ups and downs for both teams.
Yes.
Can't really replicate that in the shorter formats.
No.
For all of their merits.
And also in the longer version, it's when it becomes more of a mental game as much as a physical game. Obviously, the shorter the one-day game becomes, it's just sort of see the ball and hit it. But it's all a very different kettle of fish in a 4-day match. So Verdi to continue, bowling to Snater with a runner. Snater goes in the back foot, appealed, a stifled appeal for, not even quite sure what for, but Verdi sort of started to appeal and then realised, no, that's a bit, no. Honourable man withdrew his appeal. He moves in again from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Snater goes in the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. And yet you can see that he's not moving as freely as he would do normally. He's played that shot very much from the crease without his feet moving hardly at all, really. So he relies ever more on hand-eye coordination as Birdie moves in and bowls to him. Pushes forward, then closes the blade of the bat to hit it on the leg side, but only straight to a fielder.
I think this is a real challenge for Snater, because often when you come in at 9, you've almost got a license to be free because you're not expected much, whereas now there's a match situation on the line.
Yes.
He has to play towards it.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, he's got no license at all. He's got firm instructions. Not he probably needs them, he knows what he's got to do. And he goes in the back foot, again plays it out in the onside. This time they do take a single. And Pepper comes down to the business end, and Snater wanders off to square leg. And the runner, Dean Elgar, takes up his position in the bowling crease, bowler's crease. Das moves in again and bowls. Slightly short of a length, Pepper goes in the back foot, plays it out just forward of square for a very comfortable single. Moving the score on to 126.
Yeah.
For 7, that's the important one, for 7. With Cook and Porter still to come. Hoping beyond hope that they don't have to bat. And again, closes the blade of the bat, picks it out onto the onside, pushes it out onto the onside, but no addition to the score. So that concludes that over of Birdie's, yet another one. And during which Essex nudged a little bit closer to their target of 184, in pursuit of which they're 126 for 7. 58 further runs needed.
So Tom Taylor will continue with the ball, hoping to replicate his success and draw another wicket out. Be Shane Snater. Oh, no, sorry, Michael Pepper on strike for this over.
Pepper looking around the field, is probably wondering what to do when the bad ball, when or if the bad ball comes along.
Yeah. Taylor in to Pepper. Pepper just drives that down. Defensive block. No run taken. Just has a look. Pitch. Taylor gets ready to come in again from the Graham Gooch end. Michael Pepper on strike. Taylor runs in and just glanced down the offside for a single. Brings Shane Snater on strike.
Yes, so Snater strides towards the stumps from square leg. For people who haven't seen cricket with a runner, it's a little bit difficult to comprehend at first. Well, you ain't seen nothing until both batsmen have runners, and it really is odd. I think I've only seen the situation once, but it can happen and does happen. So, thanks Santoki very much for your hour after lunch. And that's just played defensively by Snater. And Frank moves into the seat next to me. Well, we can't say anything new, really. I mean, everything we've said, it just continues, doesn't it, to fascinate, to absorb, to engross.
Great game. Thought we'd better give Santoki a break. He's been on for hours. But we're making him, we're paying him for not turning up yesterday.
Yeah, quite right too. Quite right.
No, you're right, Dick. It's just great, isn't it? Brilliant.
It is.
Brilliant game.
As Taylor moves in bowls and Snater. I mean, even the sort of the total mystery surrounding Snater, we hadn't heard a word, you know, was he going to come to the wicket or not when the seventh fell? Because if he hadn't, then, you know, well, I'd have said there's only one side in it, but...
well, we've had everything in this game. We just need a run out now where the runner ends up in the middle of the pitch, or the bloke who's hit it forgets he's got a runner and sets off. And
yes.
Because any one of these three can be run out.
Yes.
But it's just had everything. It's fantastic.
Taylor in again to Snater, who nudges that backward of square, and almost instinctively he sort of attempts to break into a run, and then realises, no, I've got somebody to do that for me, before trudging off to square leg.
Tell you what, it's interesting who the runner is as well, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, it is. I was quite surprised.
It's just brilliant. A senior player.
Yes.
The most experienced player on either side probably puts his hand up and says, yeah, I'll go out and do it. And one of the things is he'll be a calming voice out there.
Yes.
Which could well be crucial.
Oh, of course it could, yes.
But yeah, it's Dean Elgar.
Yes, because... And that's played out on the offside. They obviously set about looking for two, but they don't go for it. Yeah, I mean, there'd obviously be, with no disrespect to the great South African player, there'd obviously be several players much quicker over 22 yards, but the situation doesn't demand the scampering of quick singles.
No.
It just demands three level heads, and at the end of every over, they all get together.
Yeah.
And basically, from the Essex point of view...
It's not fair, really, is it? They should say no, the runner can run, but he's not actually allowed...
Yeah,
to
that's right.
I wonder seriously whether there might be some mileage in that, but I don't know.
Well,
maybe that's being a bit picky, but it does help, doesn't it? Having a senior man out there, and he is definitely taking the lead in those little three-way discussions.
Yeah.
Dean Elgar, but you'd be regarded as a bit churlish, I suppose, if you made any kind of complaint
And there
about
again,
that.
it's one of these things that it's easy to make legislation very difficult to monitor, isn't it?
Yeah, and he could, yeah, well, it doesn't matter, still a cracking game. Birdie to continue. I still wonder whether he needs a little break of an over or two, but they're not in a position to have any runs to play with. Slip, short leg in place. And Pepper on strike, 100 in the first innings, 22 in this.
Yes.
Verdi into him now from the... There's the Cook end bowls, and he's got him! Turned back in, kept really low, and Pepper has gone. Verdi is doing a lap of honour as though he scored the winning goal in the cup final. And Michael Pepper has gone. LBW to Amar Verdi. And the 8th wicket is down. Dean Elgar stays out there because obviously he's still running for Shane Snater. But, well, Sam Cook will come out to bat now. And Essex still require 55 runs for victory. So I suppose you've now got to say, however much I've been trying not to say it, Dick, throughout the day, you've got to say that Worcestershire have now perhaps become the bookies' favourites. But we've seen the tail wag,
yes,
3 times, certainly twice in the 3 innings that have gone before this. So we're not going to get too carried away with our predictions, but it has been an absolutely brilliant game of cricket. And I know it's easy to say that, and if you can still say that at the end if you've lost, then I think
of course
you've got to have a bit of
yes, it takes,
magnanimity, shall we say.
Of course you have.
But one side or the other is going to come out on the wrong end of this. And when you think back to Thursday morning, Worcestershire won the toss, chose to bat. There was a bit of green in the pitch. You got Porter and Cook. Everybody thought, was it the right decision? 10 for 4 in the 5th over. And here we are on Sunday afternoon with Essex 8 down, needing 55 to win. A remarkable game of cricket.
Yeah, a brilliant game. As you say, whatever happens, I mean, true cricket lovers, they want their side to win, but they love their county cricket, and similarly, if Worcestershire do win this game, it's because they've deserved to in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Sam Cook is the new man taking guard against Verdi. The field has not changed. 4 men now out since lunch. Critchley 7, Walter 3, Harmer 19 and Pepper 22. Shane Snater, the non-striker, is on 3. Sam Cook, the number 10 batsman, receiving his first ball now from Verdi. And he's forward to it and plays it out on the offside. There is huge tension around this ground now. It really is a real hush around the ground as
Yes.
both sides are engaged in this fantastic battle that's ebbed and flowed over 3.5 days. Verdi again bowls, and he's edged that, and it's bounced just in front of Rob Jones at slip. Outside edge ball, just running on with the arm a little bit, outside edge, and that one bouncing just in front of Rob Jones, diving to his right at slip. And a near thing for Sam Cook. Good over this from Verdi. It's me saying he might need a break. What do I know?
That's right. What do any of us know?
Bowls again, and Cook is on the back foot and playing defensively into the covers. Ethan Brooks, quick as ever at extra cover, does the fielding. 129 for 8. 55 more needed. Every one of them. Absolutely vital. Wonder how Snater's going to go about it now.
Well, yes.
Cook's not a bunny by any means. He knows how to hold a
No,
bat.
he's not. I remember him getting
Pushes this one out on the offside.
Yeah, I remember him coming in as night watchman at Headingley a few years ago, and I think he was still there at lunchtime the following mornings.
Yeah. But pressure does funny things.
Oh, does it ever?
And this is a massively important period of play. As Verdi is in again and bowls to Cook, who is playing defensively off the back foot, gets a single up to Van Beek at mid-on. End of the over from Verdi. Well, Bowl picked up a wicket. His figures now are 19, 20 overs, one maiden, 2 for 58. Excellent from him. And the Dean Elgar masterclass continues in the middle. I honestly think it's a bit naughty, really. You've got a South African former test captain has gone out there as a runner. It's the most ridiculous, the most unlikely thing that he would go out as a runner. It's usually a junior, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
and he's gone out there so that he can be the old head conducting things out there. But it's gamesmanship, to say the very least, I would say, to use a word which has been mentioned in a message to me by another journalist.
Except given this situation, probably any of the other 17 counties, if they had a similar experience, would employ the same tactics.
Maybe. I don't know. I think it's a bit... I don't know. I just wonder whether the umpires should say, well, your job is to run, so you're not allowed to get involved in deep and meaningful conversations with the batsman.
But there's nothing in the laws against
that say you can't. No, you're right. No, it's not against the laws, that's for certain. And I might be making too much of it. We shall see. If Worcestershire win, I won't say anything about it ever again.
And that's just played defensively. Taylor still continuing from the far end.
I promise you did.
Yes. And Essex didn't complain in the least, not when Jordan Cox was taken ill in the Oval, although and the same day was on the operating theatre, but he couldn't take any part, nor could he be replaced in the game. No, they just accepted it. It's all part of the game. As Taylor moves in, bowls. That's just met with a solid defence from Cook. And I suppose of anything, if you look at the whole picture, a victory for Worcestershire is of greater importance than avoiding defeat for Essex. Essex realistically aren't going to be champions. Equally realistic, they're not going to be relegated. Worcestershire very realistically are not going to be champions, but they could get relegated.
Yeah.
So it's vital from Worcestershire's point of view, more so than from Essex's. But they're professional players, and they're paid good money to give their utmost all along, which you wouldn't expect or want anything less than. Otherwise, the spectator who ultimately supports this game is being cheated. You see, from the Essex point of view, if Worcestershire do win this game, then it means that supporters can look forward to a nice day at Worcester next year.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's unlikely that names will come out of the hat, so that on 2 occasions the teams don't meet at Worcester.
Yeah.
That's just pushed out on the offside. And one of the first things that supporters do when the fixtures come out, is to look at where the away games are.
Yeah.
And lots of people plan their holidays around them.
Yeah.
And if they see Worcester away, they'll think, yes, right, we'll book a week's holiday for that. Compared with, no, I won't say compared with anywhere.
Derby.
But there are other places they might say, oh, I'm very busy at work that week, I can't take a week off. No, whenever it is.
And you're just talking of what you do as a journalist, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, too true. I'd far rather
but then if you're going to spend a week away from Leon Sea, it's got to be somewhere good.
Well, it's got to be paradise, yeah. So Taylor moves in and bowls. And that's just played elegantly, confidently by Cook. Most seamers, lower order batsmen, I would say, it's a bit of a sweeping statement, are happier against pace than they are against spin.
Especially on this pitch.
Especially on this pitch, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tom Taylor's done a great job, hasn't he, in his two little spells.
He has.
2 for 34, coming up to the end of his 9th. Shouldered a huge burden of bowling responsibility for Worcestershire this season.
As again, Cook gets everything behind it, and he's picked up a single. It just sort of bounced at an awkward height so that Taylor couldn't stop it, and so it accommodated the quite simple taking of a single.
And he keeps the strike.
He does keep the strike.
That's the downside of getting the single.
But there again, I mean, it's we don't really know the extent of Slater's injury. We can see that he's clearly not too mobile, otherwise he wouldn't have a runner. But which should, from the Essex point of view, who would they rather see? The better batsman who's limited in his movements,
it's got to be, isn't it?
or the other one who is free to move how he likes? I don't know.
I think I would say you want the better batsman out there, don't you?
Yes.
Verdi will continue. Cook is on strike, and Dick has just said the tail ender, although he's not the worst tail ender in the world, probably less comfortable against the spinner on the turning surface than he was in that last over from Tom Taylor. The bowling figures for Worcestershire in this innings: Joe Leach 5 overs 3 maidens 1 for 12. 9 came off his first over. After that he was really tidy. Taylor 9 overs no maidens 2 for 35. Van Beek 7 overs no maidens 2 for 25. Verdi begins his 21st over, and that's driven very nicely by Sam Cook, and he'll get a couple here, half stopped by Jake Libby diving across at extra cover. Just got one hand on it, took the pace off it, and the fielding completed by none other than Matthew Waite, I think, who's on as a substitute, fielding at mid-off. Not sure who's gone off. Verdi is in and bowls, and that one is a little bit flatter and just worked nicely away on the leg side by Sam Cook for a single. So Cook has moved comfortably enough onto 5. Snater still has 3. He's been there longer, but he's faced fewer deliveries. Snater, Waite down below us. The substitute is dispatched deeper to long on, but the field otherwise remains the same. Gareth Roderick just moving the mid-wicket round a little bit straighter. Verdi is in and bowls, and Snater drives on the onside. Bottom-handed punch. D'Oliveira moving around to his left at mid-wicket is able to make sure that they don't add another run. 50 exactly required. 2 wickets left. Verdi in, bowls, nicely flighted, but Snater plays it well. Just drives it up to Waite at long on, and they jog through for a single. Snater walks off to square leg to stand next to the umpire, because he's not required now for a minute or two, and his runner Dean Orgar takes over at the non-striker's end as Verdi comes in to bowl to Cook, and that one is yielding runs again for Cook. A little bit short from Verdi and pushed through the covers by Cook, pursued by Libby, sliding stop and throw, and 2 runs accrued, so fewer than 50 now the total required. 137 for 8. Gosh, it's been exciting stuff. I didn't expect this morning. Combination of good bowling and 1 or 2 loose shots. Verdi in again, and this one is smothered out on the onside by Snater, and there's no run. The end of the over, 137 for 8. Essex require 47 runs to win with 2 wickets remaining, and Snater is on 4, Cook is on 7, and Worcestershire are hopeful, expectant and excited, I should think. And there's a bowling change being made, and this is a really interesting bowling change, because Ethan Brooks, no, it's not Ethan Brooks, I beg your pardon, it's not Ethan Brooks, it's Logan Van Beek is coming back into the attack, I think, and that to give Taylor a little blow after his spell. Van Beek, I was interested, I was wondering whether they might give Brooks a bowl, but they've gone with Van Beek. Van Beek has bowled very, very straight in this game, and quite full, and he's got an interesting field, which I'll describe now as Brett D'Oliveira takes up that position that he influenced the game quite significantly just before lunch. Very straight, short mid-off.
Moves in now and bowls. And ball at very full length, and Snater is obviously incapacitated, or that may actually have hit him on the foot, but he's
gone for a long walk for a man who's injured.
Yes, clearly in considerable pain, yes.
Walked about 15 yards around the
Yes,
left side.
yes, if it's that bad, then how can you walk around?
But he's a capable batsman, Snater, as we saw in the first innings. I mean, let's not forget, he made 53 in the first innings and played some cracking shots as well.
Yes.
So anything could happen.
Yeah. Plays the next delivery confidently, pushing it out the onside.
Big gap through extra cover. He doesn't like to drive through there. Van Beek cannot give him width. Must keep it straight. He's got D'Oliveira in that short straight mid-on. Leach at a ordinary mid-on, and Hose on the drive, where he picked up that catch to get rid of Jordan Cox in the first innings. Very tense. Jones at slip, but he's wide. He's at second, really. Second. Big gap between him and Roderick.
Van Beek to Snater. Snater turns out on the leg side, but only straight to the fielder. Short mid-wicket.
And we saw one get edged through there, didn't we, in the first innings, and
Yes.
Jones dived to his left and couldn't get his hand underneath it. I don't know, I'm of the old-fashioned school of thought that if you only have one slip, he should be at first. But that said, stats tell us that most of the catches caught in the slips are caught at second, so perhaps that explains the decision.
Next delivery. Snater goes to the back foot.
And got away with that.
Good looking shot, but hammers it straight to the man at cover.
Yeah, Van Beek's got away with that one a little bit
He
short
did.
and wide, and he's hit it really well straight at
He
the
did.
cover, and he's annoyed, Snater. He's annoyed as he walks away that he hasn't found
Yeah,
the
because he
gap.
knows just a couple of yards
Yeah,
to
it's four,
the
wasn't it?
fielder's left, and it was 4 off.
You could hear a pin drop, couldn't
You
you, when
could,
the bowler
yes,
runs up. It's really tense.
It's down the leg side, and there's not even the usual, constant exhorting
No.
your colleagues
No.
for efforts, because they're putting in 100% effort.
Yeah, but they don't. I suppose sometimes you don't even need it, do you?
Yeah,
Just-
exactly. You don't need it. Yes, how much more G'd up do you need to get?
Yeah.
How much more incentive do you get than to almost ensure your continuation in the top division?
It is that much, isn't it? It is almost that important.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, and I certainly hope not, that they...
Oh, what a catch! What a catch by Gareth Roderick. That is sensational. A sensational grab by the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. Down the leg side, Snater, a proper shot. That wasn't even a little nip. That
No,
was
it
a
wasn't.
proper glance off the face. And Gareth Roderick, full-length dive, left-handed, picked it up 2 or 3 inches off the turf. A magnificent catch by Gareth Roderick. A sensational catch. The game is not over, but that is a massive, massive blow for Worcestershire, as we've now got Sam Cook and Jamie Porter at the crease, the two of the weakest of the Essex batsmen, with no disrespect to either. But that is the sort of catch which wins a game, Dick. That was just brilliant.
Yes, certainly was. Outstanding catch. Roderick's 4th catch in this innings.
Absolutely tremendous.
And 3 in the first, so he's had a good game. A better game with the gloves than with the bat.
Yeah.
Well, you're probably going to have a pretty interesting trip back on the coach to Worcester, aren't
I think we might have to stop at an off licence.
you? Yes, quite.
But
Or several.
I'm not counting any chickens yet. But you've got to finish the job. But it was just a bit of brilliance, wasn't it, from
Yes.
Roderick? To be fair, because that would have been 4 really on many occasions, and that was as good a catch as you would ever see from a keeper. I speak as an ex-keeper myself, and low down the leg side. I mean, maybe if you're being really picky, a keeper might tell you that an inside edge that goes that way might be harder to catch, because at least with that one he knows it's going down the leg
Yeah.
side. But even so, he had to make so much ground. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. And as I say, the old saying is catches win matches, and we can just have another look at it here. I mean, it really was absolutely superb. And the Worcestershire posse out the front of our box, clapping Logan Van Beek. And we've got Amar Verdi about to begin another over from this Sir Alistair Cook end. and he bowls, and this one is played defensively back up the pitch by Sam Cook, who's now the senior partner on 7,
Yes.
joined by Jamie Porter, and Worcester should be quite happy if he picks up a single now. Verdi in again, bowls, and he does pick up a single, just driving this one up to Van Beek at long on. So Essex require 46 more runs to win. No time pressure.
No.
Worcestershire require 1 more wicket. Even from here, we've seen last wicket partnerships, Dick.
Well, we have, of course we
games
have,
round,
yes.
and there's still a lot of interest, but Worcestershire will be dismayed if they don't win it from here.
Oh, too right.
They won't be counting any chickens, they won't be losing concentration, they will desperately want to finish the job, but when you've got this close, they would be distraught, I think, if they don't win this one. Amar Verdi changes his field slightly. Libby comes in from deep mid-wicket. He bowls now, and Sam Cook is forward, pushing it very solidly out into the offside. Ethan Brooks is the fielder. Verdi again. He's in and bowls, and that's nice, nicely bowled, really nicely bowled. Took the pace off that, floated it up there. He's bowled really well, hasn't he? 2 for 65 in his 22nd over without a break.
Yes, indeed.
Opened the bowling.
Apart from lunch, of course.
Yeah. And there we got a cormorant flying over the pitch.
Really?
First one of those we've seen. Yeah, most unusual. And that one runs off the edge of the bat to Jones at slip. Yeah, it's disappeared now, but definitely a cormorant. Probably just got lone fishing rights on the cam just behind us.
Yes.
Ethan Brooks goes a bit deeper at extra cover. Verdi bowls, and Porter is in behind that, plays it out on the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Another tidy one from Verdi. 22 overs, one made, and 2 for 65. Figures for the on-loan off-spinner. And Logan Van Beek strides in to bowl his next over from the Graham Gooch end with the energy and purpose of a man who knows that if he gets 1 more wicket, he will wrap up this remarkable game of cricket. Really, really exciting stuff. As Dick's gone off to get his breath back, Santoki, just in case he thought he was going to get away without doing any more work, dragged back in alongside me.
No complaints
Not
on
been
my
a bad day, Santoki, for you to be here.
Been an absolute privilege to see what's going on today.
And this is your over. You could describe the winning moment.
So Logan Van Beek in from the Graham Gooch end, just nudged down for a single. And that takes Essex to 139 for 9, 45 runs needed, and we're in for a grandstand finale.
That was a fantastic catch by Roderick,
Yeah.
and I've just watched it again, and it really, it was a great catch at any time, but in the circumstances,
Brooks comes forward, spots it, plays it with soft hands into the offside, no run. 3 men round the bat.
some commentary coming from somewhere. We've got so many devices going in this box that you hear something and you run around looking for something to switch off.
And it's Logan Van
I'd be
Beek.
tempted to have a second slip now, would you?
Yeah. Go for it. Is it Porter on strike? Yeah.
I mean, they still need 45. You don't want anything going through third man, which is why Kashi Fowley's been sent down here in front of us, but I wonder whether I'd have a second slip.
Logan Van Beek in from the Graham Gooch end to Jamie Porter on strike, and Porter just drives it down, doesn't take the run.
Van Beek 3 for 26. done a great job. He really has done a good job. He's hardly played any red ball cricket. I think the last red ball game he played was in March. Pulled back in on loan by Worcestershire owing to the injury crisis.
Van Beek in again, 2 Porter and a bouncer. Porter ducks.
And the one thing, Worcestershire have had Van Beek before.
Yeah.
The one thing you know you're going to get with him is absolute maximum effort.
Yeah.
He's not the quickest, but he is going to give you 100% the whole time.
Porter takes strike again, and it's Van Beek running in from the Graham Gooch end into Porter and just driven forward on the bounce. There's no run. And 45 runs is looking a long way away for Essex at this point in time.
Yeah, it is, but as I say, we've all seen these things happen.
Yep. There's been so many ups and downs across this game, you don't know what's going to happen next.
Absolutely, it's been one of the best games I've seen for a long time.
Van Beek into Porter, and Porter just clips it on the offside but doesn't take the run. I think there's just one more delivery left in the over. Essex 139 for 9. We've seen 11 wickets fall today.
Yeah, it seems a long time ago, doesn't it? Worcestershire were 8 down this morning in their second innings when they began play. 303 for 8. Taylor out for 17 and Verdi for 2. Eventual total 3-2-1, leaving Essex needing 184 to win.
Van Beek in once again to Porter, and Porter just drives down the offside, thinks about taking a single, declines it.
Could have taken one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long 45 runs if they turn down runs like that.
I was thinking along those lines, yeah.
And it will be interesting to see if Cook doesn't take a single, if he gets the opportunity in the first couple of balls of the next over, in which case they'll probably think, yeah, we should have taken that one. And they might have a think about it and think, well, we should take everything that's on offer. Really.
Yeah.
I think that's the angle I would take. It's not as if you've got a top order batsman at one end and a complete tail ender at the other. Neither of them is a rabbit, though, let's be honest. I mean, even Porter, I mean, he's number 11, but as he's already shown today, he's perfectly capable of playing a good solid forward defensive or driving a loose delivery from a seamer, and it's not as if he's a walking wicket. There are very few around these days who are like that. Verdi starts a new over, and that one is played at and missed by Sam Cook outside the off stump, taken by Gareth Roderick. Slip, leg, slip, short leg, all in place as they have been almost throughout this spell from Verdi. And he's in once more now. And bowls slowest ball of the game, I think, probably. Really slow one, and Cook on the walk. Even walking down, he had to wait for it. Just pushes it back up the pitch. Verdi again into Cook. Bowls, and Cook is forward. Immaculate defensive shot, dropping it down on the onside. 139 for 9 Essex. They all go out for 6. Westley 21, Das 32, Cox 11, Critchley 7, Walter 3, Harmer 19, Pepper 22, and Snater for 4. Verdi in, bowls, slower, and pushed away on the onside by Sam Cook. So 4 gone in the over. He'll look for a single, one imagined. But how long can you go on looking for ones at the end of the over when you still need 40 odd? The answer is all day, I suppose, if you want to. If you can concentrate sufficiently. Verdi bowls, and he gets his single. Just goes on the back foot to one that just ran on with the arm a little bit quicker. Slides off the face out to deep backward point. Where Joe Leach is the lone fielder out there, probably having a chat with those few spectators out there in the Felsted School stand. Other independent schools are available in Essex. Changing the field now. We're going to have another close man. Just one ball left in the over. Porter being put under a little bit of pressure. Man going in at silly point. Very, very silly mid-off. Short leg, leg slip, or backward short leg, and a slip. You could play cards in that little circle in there. One ball left in the over. Porter just backs away as there's a slight change being made in the field. Settles down over his bat. Verdi in to the Essex number 11 bowls, and very nicely played by Jamie Porter. Just pushed out on the offside. Could have had a single. Decides not to. 140 for 9. 44 more needed for victory. 9 down. And Jamie Porter be hoping, he's a West Ham fan apparently, very, very, very big West Ham fan.
Okay.
So he won't be too happy about what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
And he won't want to complete a weekend with another defeat today, but he's got some work to do if he's going to save it.
Still 43 overs remaining in the day. It's going to be almost impossible for Cook to farm strike strategically. He's going to have to trust Porter to hold his own. As Logan Van Beek will bowl again from the Graham Gooch end. And it will be Sam Cook on strike. 44 runs needed for Essex, just the 1 wicket for Worcestershire. As Van Beek into Cook, Cook just drives it forward, back to Van Beek.
I'd love to hear from listeners and viewers about this one. There's a few get in touch on various formats. The Worcestershire fans page on the Facebook platform is always interesting, and there's a similar group, Worcestershire Fans Forum, but on Twitter or X, I'm at Frank Watson 58, at Frank Watson 58, if Worcestershire fans would like to tell us what they
into
think.
Cook, drives it down, comes off the pad.
And there've been some ups and downs, and lots and lots of people, as we know, Santoki, doing this job, follow this game, the county game I mean by that, follow it from afar, and they go to work on a Thursday and they keep in touch with it over the weekend and so on, and they'll have followed this one and seen the way it's gone. On the first day you think, oh goodness me, for a Worcestershire fan you think, gosh, the game's gone, and then they fight back, and then yesterday Essex got right on top.
Van Beek into Cook again, and Cook lofts it into the air. Is it going to be caught? And it's caught, that's it! Worcestershire have won!
Caught by Ethan Brooks. Worcestershire win this game. Absolutely remarkable victory as Van Beek picks up his 4th wicket. Ethan Brooks running round the square leg boundary. What a pressure catch that was. He knew it was a pressure catch, but he kept his nerve and he picked up the catch. Sam Cook gone for 10. Jamie Porter is left unbeaten on naught. Lothan Van Beek finishes with figures of 4 for 26, and Worcestershire win a remarkable game of cricket by 43 runs. I'll just give you the final bowling figures. Leach 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. Verdi 23 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 66. Tom Taylor 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35. Logan Van Beek finishing with figures of 9.3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 26. And Worcestershire, having set Essex what looked a pretty gettable 184, have won by 43 runs. An amazing game of cricket. All 4 innings scores for you, just in case you're statistically minded. Worcestershire first innings 266 all out. Essex replied with 404. a first innings lead of 138. Worcestershire then 321 all out in their second innings, setting Essex 184 to win. And Essex all out for 140. Logan van Beek taking 4 for 26. Worcestershire win by 43 runs. One of the best games of cricket I've seen for a long, long time. Not just saying that because of Worcestershire winning, but the way that it ebbed and flowed. Let's remember they were 10 for 4 after 5 overs on Thursday morning. They end up winning by 43 runs. Great game of cricket, played in wonderful conditions, and I hope you've enjoyed following it, whether you've been following on the live stream, on the BBC Sports app, or just via occasional bulletins on BBC Radio Essex or BBC Home Worcester. Thanks very much to Santoki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast for being with us. Thanks to Dick Davis from BBC Radio Essex. Thanks to Don Topley from BBC Radio Essex for the first 2 days. And Santoki, final word from you. You won't have seen many better games than that, even though you were only here for 1 day.
Yeah, 1 hit, but it was the day that mattered. Absolute privilege to watch it, and Frank, I'd imagine you'll have a very fun journey back to Worcestershire.
Well, that is yet to be seen, but that's the news. Worcestershire winning by 43 runs. Thanks for your company, thanks for being with us, and until next time, and in that case, it's Worcestershire's home game against Warwickshire at New Road a week on Monday. Until then, thanks for being with us.